1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
An entire season comes down to this. 551 players became 28. Last weekend, 28 became 7. One game remains. The DBNI Champion returns to defend his crown. The reigning World DipCon Champion chases an unprecedented double. The tournament's #1 seed makes a miraculous return. For the sport of Cinderellas, there was no fairy godmother, no lucky slipper, just 7 players who refused to go home. One board, one winner, no second place. The 6th DBN Invitational Championship game starts now. And I would like to welcome all of you to the 6th DBN Invitational. And I'm your host, Brian Pravel, and I will be helping guide this event tonight. This is the highlight of the season for me. All year long, our players are competing to make it into this game. And we have the honor of presenting that to you tonight. I want to thank you all for watching. Thank you for being here. For those that are live in Dip Chat, looking forward to watching everything that you're going to say. But right now, I'm going to introduce some of the folks who are also going to be saying some stuff about this game, beginning with two-time North American DipCon champion, David Hood. David, welcome.
Hello, Brian, and hello, Diplomacy TV land. This is going to rock.
And next, I am going to welcome DipCon champion Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome.
It is great to be here to see the best of the best.
And next, I'm going to introduce world champion Dan Lester, who is up way past his bedtime. Dan?
How could I go to bed with this incredible event ahead of us? I couldn't be any more excited. 7 amazing players, only going to be one winner. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be?
Well, it will not be a previous DBNI winner and co-founder of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, Brandan Fogel, who's joining us in the studio. Brandan, welcome.
Thanks, Brian. It is so great to be here. When you and I dreamed up this this tournament 6 years ago, did not necessarily expect that it would still be going all this time later. We thought it might just be a pandemic little excursion, but it has become the capstone to the diplomacy season. And it is a fantastic way to finish, fantastic way to create the crucible that crowns the season champion.
Yeah, not just survived, but it has thrived. We have had the largest event or the largest season by number of events, 31 events this season. We've had competitors from all across the globe. We've had an explosion of players from both Australia and Europe. And then we are also always a multi-format event. So we've got games from and qualifiers getting scores from face-to-face games, from virtual and from extended deadline press games, just some fantastic talent. And every year it keeps getting better and better. Brandan, why don't you walk us through the format of the DBN Invitational for those who may be new, watching for the first time? What is the DBN Invitational?
So this invitational tournament is meant to be a capstone for the entire season, primarily the face-to-face and virtual face-to-face seasons, but we do want it to extend to the diplomacy hobby at large. So we include what we call extended deadline events, which are ones that take place over several weeks or months. And the games do, I should say. The events take even longer often. We take all of those events, 31 of them this year, that happen all over the globe, some of them online virtually, which are truly global events, and others which happen in individual locations throughout the world, a lot of them in North America, a lot of them in Australia and in Europe as well. We take all of the results from those events and we put them into a big blender, and we have a way of assigning values to each event and to each place within the events. And we compile a set of standings. And this year there were 500 and some players. They all fit into those standings. There were some who were eliminated for certain eligibility reasons. And what we do is we take the top 28 people out of those 500 and some, and we invite them to a semifinal stage. And that semifinal stage took place last weekend, and those top 28 players, they played 7 different games over 3 days, and those games were formatted in a particular way which is unusual in the diplomacy hobby, and that is that they were winner-take-all games. Only one person got anything of value from the game, from each one of them, and that was the person who had the most centers. And if 2 people tied, we had a way of determining which one of them should win. And our viewers tonight will get to see that process in action in just a little bit, because we use the same tiebreaker for the championship game. So there's 28 players. There's 7 players on a board. 28 players each played 1 game each, and that was called the first chance round. And then the winners went through. We took the remaining players and the top 21 of those, and they played another set of games. We called them the last chance games. And that produced 3 more winners. And the 7 winners of those games were now invited to the championship game, which is taking place about a week later today. And the winner of that will be the DBN Diplomat of the Year. And I will add that there's a little known rule that, as we will see, came into play this year, that the alternates for the top board are determined not by any performance in the semifinal stage, but solely by their ranking coming into the DBNI tournament. And I'll turn it over to Adam, and he'll tell us who made it and how they did it.
All right. So we started with 28 that got to play in the first chance semifinals games. And the winners of those boards advanced to this game today, the DBNI top board. Game 1 was won by American Wes Ketchum. Game 2 was actually won by Robert Hillier, but Robert was unable to play today, so we have an alternate playing number 1 ranked DBNI qualifier, Maaike Blom from the Netherlands. Game 3 was won by current World DipCon Champion, Noam Brown, coming from San Francisco, California. And Game 4 was won by Nicolas Taillet from France. The folks who didn't win in those first games got to play in a last chance semifinal game, and the 3 winners of those games have also advanced. Last chance game 5 was won by Brandan of Australia. Game 6 was won by Mikalis Kamaritis of the United Kingdom. And game 7 won by another Australian, Max Wanji Robanks. And those are our Super 7.
It is one super talented board. Every single year the talent pool in the Super 7 just keeps getting better and better, and I am really excited about watching these players play. I think one thing we should really call out is Maaike Blom. Maaike is coming in as the alternate, but she came in as the number 1 seed overall, and she had a historic season. She had an average place of 4.33 across 9 events. That is the most tied for the most events played of any player this season. She's the only player this season under 5 at this volume. Historically, there's only 2 other players that have even come close. In 2022, Sarah Kwok, and in 2024, Bradley Grace came in at 4.67, but both of those only played 6 events each. So Maaike played more events and placed on average higher. Her average placement for the season is number 1 all time among players with 20 or more games. This has just been an incredible performance for our number 1 seed and coming in as the alternate.
And those aren't just small events, right? Maaike won World DipCon amongst other large events.
In the Virtual Diplomacy Championship. So she is the reigning Virtual Diplomacy World Champion at this point.
And Brian, do you mind if I say just a couple words about our alternate rule? Yeah, because I've gotten some people contacting me about whether this is the fairest way to determine an alternate for the championship game. And we actually have had an alternate on the championship game before. That happened in the 3rd DBNI when Robert Schupa had to drop out. And he was replaced by Nicolas as the 7 seed. That was a little different. That was the first year in this new winner-take-all format. And we actually had it in the rules that the player who had the most centers from a semifinal game got in, and that's how Nicolas got in. We realized after that meant that the semifinal games were not completely winner-take-all, and so we modified the rule at that point to go just by the incoming DBNI seed. And some people have wondered whether that's fair or not, given that other players may have appeared to have performed better in that they had gotten more centers, higher center counts, and perhaps came closer to winning their games in the semifinals, and maybe they would have some better claim to a spot in the semifinals or in the finals. And we had talked about this at length when we came up with this rule, and our thought was that this tournament is not just the semifinals and the finals. The DBN Invitational is a season-long tournament, and all of the performance for the entire season matters, and it matters a lot. And the number 1 seed is especially valuable for a number of reasons, but this is one, and we think it is well-deserved. And this year more than ever, because Maaike just had, as you pointed out, a dominant season. But we couldn't think of a better way to do it, and I think that this is showing that it's a pretty good way.
We've got a world champion, face-to-face world champion. We have a virtual world champion. We have a former Virtual Diplomacy League champion. We have the defending DBN Invitational champion. We've got players that played and punched well above their predicted class by seed. David Hood, why don't you introduce this Super 7, this cast of characters? Who are we going to be watching tonight?
Well, it's time for Hood's Hints. And let me just say, folks, before we get started, that you are no longer watching the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. You are... realize that this is as we broadcast on the East Coast of the United States tonight, it is a Saturday night. But I want you to go back in time. It's Saturday morning. So pretend that it's Saturday morning. Back in the day, you're sitting right up close to the screen with a big bowl of sugary cereal or whatever it is you ate while you watched cartoons. Get ready to examine these finalists in their truest form as cartoon characters.
The Super 7. Romance. 2 unassuming Aussies who use the power of vibes to hide their devilish charm. The Super 7. Ketchum and Brown, masters of the mind, machinating methods to maraud more municipalities. The French phenom Nicolas Taillet, be his guest at your own peril. The Super 7. School your opponents and return for more with Kamaritis and Blom, the season's most decorated players. Fun, thrills, and adventure with the most amazing players of all, the Super 7.
All right, let us start view of the Super 7 cartoon characters with Maaike Blom. All right, coming in, as we've already talked about, is the number 1 seed. Her cartoon character, of course, we'll talk about it in a minute why this is true, is Kenny McCormick from South Park. And that's because just when you think, oh my God, they've killed Maaike, she pops right back up into the DBNI. In the first chance round, her Italy went west but could not overcome France fast enough to avoid someone else winning the game. So then she comes back into the mix in her second semifinals game, only for her France to get jumped on by Italy and then be eliminated from the game. And so I'm sure that the other 6 members of this Toon Patrol just love the fact that as the number 1 seed overall, Maaike was in line to take over Robert Hilliott's spot when he couldn't play. Now, the real question is, and we've already talked about this a little bit, how did she get to be the number 1 seed? Frankly, by not getting killed very much during the 2025 diplomacy season. She won the virtual Summer Classic, she won the Hexstecken in Dresden, and she won the Virtual Diplomacy Championship, all while taking second in 3 other events or leagues. So just like Kenny, Maaike is always back for more. Could 3 bites at the DBNI apple be just the thing to give the Netherlands its first DBNI winner? Respect my authority when I say that she is the scariest replacement that anybody has ever seen since the New England Patriots' Tom Brady was brought in to replace the injured Drew Bledsoe. Yes, that comment was specifically for Dan Lester. If she gets an early ally willing to work with her at least to the medium term, the medium part of the game, which is an accomplishment that she unlocks with uncanny frequency, she'll be yelling, woohoo, towards the end game of this board. Her down moment would be if she repeats her second chance game and fails to secure any diplomatic traction whatsoever, and that could happen. So that's Maaike Blom, our number 1 seed of the DBNI field of 28. Let's move now to who was the 20 seed coming into the field of 28. That is America's or Chicago's Wesley Ketchum. And of course, you know that it's got to be Ash Ketchum as his cartoon character. So first of all, I just want to say, I know very well that Wes Ketchum is probably up to here with people asking him if he's related to Ash Ketchum. And I know very well this is low-hanging fruit. But as we say in the South, Ed don't make no never mind to me. I'm doing this anyways. Wes has been on the verge of becoming, if not a Pokemon master, then certainly a diplomacy master for some time now, honing his skills in Chicago club play before moving to Europe to compete in several events on that tour. I would say he's known particularly as a superb tactician. He's now adding more depth to his game as he roams around seeking players and yelling, I choose you, to ally with me. His comeback in his first chance semifinal was absolutely one for the ages, down to a handful of units, including the usually subpar army in Denmark, which I think I personally called out as being subpar during the coverage. His Germany saw dots and had to catch them all in getting back to his 10 center board drop. So how about a Wes? Woohoo! If he is able to gain at least a slight positional advantage over one of his neighbors, then he can use that tactical prowess to widen that into regional supremacy. Now, if the knowledge or memory of his miracle late game surge from round 1 scares his neighbors, which it might, into making sure that he's good and dead out of the gate, then you'll probably see this Ketchum say, don't! I mean, it could happen. So that is my review of Wesley Ketchum. Let's move now to the 19 seed coming into the field of 28, which is Max Wanji Robanks, and I am using as his character the Tasmanian Devil, but I'm saying Tasmanian Angel, of course, because, of course, nobody would think Devil. Now, again, if you're thinking this is low-hanging fruit for me just because Max is from Tasmania, well, I mean, you're right, but hey, you get off of my cloud. Max Wanji Robanks is an energetic player, just like some cartoon character I can think of. He knows exactly what he wants diplomatically and has considerable skills in achieving those goals. I've termed him the Tasmanian Angel because, man, he couldn't possibly be seen as devilish by anyone, right? Well, unless you maybe lost to him at the 2024 Asia Pacific Championship or his semifinals win in this, DBNI last year. I mean, he was in this Super 7 last year. I mean, he's one of the 2 players repeating from last season's Super 7, so maybe he is kind of a devil. He scores high, though, on the likability scale. He is particularly known, I think, for making persuasive pitches even to players with whom he's been fighting the whole game up to that point. So what will it take for this up-and-comer to win gold at this year's Diplomacy Olympics? Woohoo! If he ends up next to players who mesh well with his high-energy style and who will let him set the dynamics of the relationship. But don't if he is stuck with players who resist his fiendish friendliness to pursue plans of their own that do not help him. So Max Wanji Robanks. All right, Nicolas Taillet coming in as the 18 seed. And I think, no surprise here, it's Lumiere from Beauty and the Beast. Mon ami, Nicolas Lumiere Taillet is suave, sophisticated, and entirely charming as a diplomacy player. But underneath that slick, waxy layer is a raging candle fire ready to flame on when needed. One of the most dangerous players on the virtual scene since virtual was invented. Taillet's style is tailor-made for the cagey transactional play, which often characterizes a top board format. Out of the 12 virtual events or leagues in which he has competed since 2021, he has finished in the top 3 5 times, largely on the strength of his refusal to take unnecessary risks and refusal to make binding long-term constricting commitments. 4 years after his first Super 7, he returns now on a mission to be his guest right into his opponent's centers because he only lives to serve his own DBNI Championship ambition. I'm telling you, if Nicolas is still on the board late in this game and he has a center count that is within striking distance, he doesn't have to be leading. He just needs to be in striking distance. That is exactly the kind of patient and opportunistic game at which no one can hold a candle to him. Anybody? So that would be woohoo for him. Okay, you got it. If he gets isolated, though, in his theater of the board because his neighbors want somebody to commit to bolder moves and he's not going to do it, then I fear that we will hear him say, don't! Or perhaps he will say even merde as our resident Frenchman. All right, let's go to our 16 seed coming into the field of 28, Mikalis Kamaritis, who, of course, is Mr. Peabody. I don't think there's any question that he is known here on DBN as one of the sharpest tools in the commentator toolbox. He's basically a know-it-all. His quick analysis and cosmically deep knowledge of the game and how it's played make him the perfect Mr. Peabody to us bunch of Shermans that he's speaking to. As the winner of last year's Invitational, Mikalis is almost certainly the favorite, as seen by many diplomacy pundits and players alike. How will the Shermans react to this Peabody in their midst is a real question. It's absolutely true that Mikalis can be a valuable alliance partner because he's got his ability to grasp strategic and tactical situations very quickly. That could be a major benefit to someone who's his ally, particularly when you're trying to overcome maybe a competing alliance on the other side of the board. But he's still, though, Mr. Bloody Peabody. Who wants to take this guy on mano a mano at the end of the game with all the chips on the line? Probably no one, which if they feel that way early in this game might lead to an early don't by Kamaritis as his chances for a repeat blow up in his face. But if he can avoid that target on his back, get to the end game with an alliance partner, he can outguess, on the timing of when to break the alliance, Mr. Peabody will be woohooing all the way back, using his way back machine. All right, Noam Brown. He was the seed number 12 coming into this thing. And he is, of course, Dexter from Dexter's Lab. This Noam Brown is always inventing something like our friend Dexter from Dexter's Lab. Noam is not just creative, though, in his technical pursuits. He also plays diplomacy in a creatively effective way. Not just, doing the same thing over and over again, but turning convention on its head. He serves as he looks to serve board problems without preconceived notions. When our diplomacy Dexter won the 2025 World DipCon in San Francisco last March, it should have surprised no one. It surprised some people, but it shouldn't have. He's enjoyed sustained success on both the virtual and face-to-face circuits in his career. And he's reached this very Super 7 threshold in the DBNI once before, back in 2023. Now, some may assume that his significant contribution, which he definitely had in the development of Meta's AI agent Cicero playing diplomacy, that would make him a tactical player. But I would argue that's not correct. His strengths are actually more in determination and ingenuity when facing issues that arise, not just tactically, but also interpersonally and strategically. If you've watched Noam play, you've seen him do this. Now, he really needs to work with someone in the early going who is willing to consider something other than just the same moves of the same game that was played the same way last week, because that's not his style. Someone who's willing to consider alternatives. If so, woohoo is the order of the day for Noam. And if not, it's down for our Dexter, and he'll be off to his lab for his next project. And then we've got seed 11, Brandan Austin, or as maybe our younger viewers will know, he's Uncle Iroh from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Hey, you would just expect to offer you a friendly cup of tea, polite conversation, and just chillin' vibes, when actually underneath he is a confirmed Fire Nation general capable of mustering enough energy to blast you from the Caspian Sea to Iceland before you have a chance to sit down. But just like Uncle Iroh, Brandan is very willing to let you dominate the conversation, to direct the movements, and think you're in charge of the alliance, when in fact he's just waiting for the right moment to demonstrate his actual powers. Now, you would think folk would have picked up on this by now. Judging from his second chance game, though, where his Russia basically just floated its way to a win without, frankly, meaningful attempts to stop him. So I think the answer is, have people figured this out? This highest seed to win a semifinal game is not just some kind of fluke entrant into the Super 7. He is a clever player with a keen analyst's eye. He shows it here on DBN, and the tactical chops to take advantage of opportunities ceded to him by others. That certainly happened in his second chance game. If the rest of the Super 7 have not paid close attention to how Brandan was able to finish second in the Hung Parliament Handicap and the Sydney Cup and the Mandarins League, while also winning DBN's Broadcaster Brawl, if they haven't figured that out, it may be woohoo time for our laid-back Uncle Austin. If, on the other hand, folk have figured out that perhaps his unassuming nature might actually be deceiving, then down for Brandan, and it's back to the DBN broadcast booth for him. So, Brian, this is my look at our 7 cartoon characters on the Super 7. Now, this is Foghorn Hoodhorn is about, I'm about to sign off here with the following little bit of wisdom. Y'all best mind what I done been saying about these here Super 7 folk, or I'm liable to think, boy, you're about to exceed the limitations of my medication. All right, back to you, Mr. Brian.
David Hood, you went above and beyond this year. Well done. I hope everyone.
That's all, folks.
I hope that everyone knows how much hard work David puts into this every year, able to find a way to marry performance, entertainment, and genuine knowledge and support. A great way to honor our players and to help educate all of us. Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
All right, with that, it is time for us to start moving in towards the actual game. We are about to begin our Paris method. Dan Lester, for those of us that may be joining for the first time or perhaps need a refresher, can you walk us through what is the Paris method? How does this work? How do we use it here on DBN?
Yes, I can. It would be my luck to follow David's pièce de résistance, but here's the science bit anyway. So you would think that if you qualify with the highest seed, that you want to get a little bit of an advantage. Of course, we could do what we normally do in diplomacy and draw countries randomly, but this is more fun and it gives a little bit of weight to you coming in with a better seeding. So initially, back in the day, we would say, well, good for you. You qualified first. you get to choose whichever power you want. And then you would go all the way through to number 7, who would get whatever's left. And then we discovered that that wasn't much of an advantage for the person with the best seed, because they would get to pick on a completely fresh board. Say, for instance, they would pick their favorite country. Okay, that's great. But then people who went afterwards could choose whether they wanted to be near that person or further away from that person, which is, of course, as we know, if you want to cuddle up with a cozy alliance player, you'll want to be near them. And if you want to be near away from some deadly viper, you also get that opportunity. So now we have the Paris method, which is this genius method of power selection. So you can see it on your screen here. First, you go through, and starting from 7th, you decide whether you want to go before or after the other players in terms of their selection. So if you're 7th, obviously you've no choice, you just go there. 6th seed decides whether they go before or after that player, and so on. So like you say, in reverse seed order, players will select the order in which they pick their power. So if you are the first seed, you will see all the other 6 players who have chosen the order, and you can choose to slot in wherever you want there. I'm going to choose after my best friend, I think, when the best friend chooses where to go. So that's how the Paris method is going to work. Let's see who loves who and who hates who when the Paris method goes down.
All right, let's get to the Paris method. I want to give a shout out real quick to our GM, Sabi Ahuja. Sabi is helping to run the Paris method and was the game manager for this event. And then I also did want to thank the other GMs who helped out over the weekend. This was a international event, multiple time zones, and Emmett, Liam, and Sabi all helped during the semifinal rounds as well. So thank you to our GMs. It would be impossible for us to have this showcase of a game without their help. Here is the Paris selection for DBNI 6.
Hi, welcome everyone to the top board and power selection and Paris method. All right, so first overall right now is current world champion Noam Brown, coming from the Bay Area. Next up is former VDL champion Nicolas back in France. And then it is the Netherlands champion West Ketchum, coming from Chicago. And then we have Hung Parliament champion Brandan Austin, coming from Canberra. Then we have former North American DipCon winner and VDL winner and last year's DBNI winner Mikalis, coming from England. Then we have former APAC winner Max, coming from Canberra. And then we have, this is a long list, so I'm just going to do the most recent one. For current VDC winner, Maaike, coming from Netherlands. Right? Welcome, everyone. All right. So I guess we can go look at the list. And this is the order of it goes. Maaike, obviously you're going to start at the bottom. Next up is Max. Where would you like to go?
I'd love to go above Maaike.
Okay. Mikalis, where would you like to go?
I will pick before Max.
Okay. Brandan?
I will go before Mikalis.
Okay. Wes?
I will go after Maaike.
Okay. Nicolas?
I will go before Brandan.
Okay. And Noam?
I will go first.
All right. How are we feeling about this, everyone?
Surprised.
All right. Noam, your turn.
I'll pick England.
Okay. Nicolas?
France, please.
Okay. Brandan?
I'll go Russia.
Okay. Mikalis?
I will go Italy.
All right, Max.
Give us Germany.
All right. Maaike?
Austria.
And Wes. You have Turkey.
I'll take Turkey.
Yeah. How are we feeling about this, everyone?
Telling you somewhere between 1 and 12 hours time, I guess.
Okay. Any other last minute comments before we start?
Have fun,
How do you
everybody.
play diplomacy? I just want to know how a convoy works.
This is the qualifier for Snake Pit, right?
All right. See you guys in a few minutes.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Good luck, everyone. Thank you. Sorry, Nicolas.
Yeah.
It's going to be heartfelt.
Perhaps some nervous laughter there coming at the end of that Paris method. This is a group of players. Not a single top 10 seed won a semifinal game. Maaike Blom is playing as the #1 seed, coming in as the alternate. This is a group that has, some of them have won on some pretty big stages, but this is most likely the, outside of Mikalis, this is probably the biggest top board format game that any of these players will ever play or have ever played before. So those nerves perhaps coming through a little bit. Dan, any surprises coming out of that Paris method?
Okay, so let me just say I left the best bit till last about this Paris method. I've deliberately omitted it for dramatic purposes. Why on earth would Wes Ketchum drop to 7th? To drop to go choosing deliberately last in this manner and giving himself no choice of power? Well, apart from the fact that, excuse me, he's obviously confident in playing literally any power on the board, as some diplomacy players are, and all power to them. He has in possession now of a very special gift, and that gift is a tiebreaker. Because should the game end with 2 or more powers level on the largest number of centers, the tiebreaker is the person who selected their power latest. So if Wes ends on the same number of centers as literally any of these other players at the end of the game, happy days, he's going to win. And that goes all the way up to the top. So Noam, by picking first and deliberately picking first and choosing to pick first, which was his prerogative and his right, and he knew he had the chance, and he knew he was going to pick England, and it's all planned out in his head, he, of course, has elected to forego that tiebreaker entirely. So there we go. That's my that's the second half of the Paris method explanation that I had in mind.
Adam, something that stood out to me was Noam Brown picking first. That's one of the most common strategies if you get that first choice as a top seed, but not taking France. That is very unusual. What is your thought? Why do you think Noam what do you think was going through Noam's mind there?
Well, he obviously had a plan to take England, right? I think I think France is generally the logical choice that a lot of people make, but I think France is underperformed in a lot of these top board winner-take-all types of games. And I'm sure that was going through Noam's mind when he knew he had that first pick and what he wanted to take, right? He doesn't want to be the person who's ganged up on, and he felt more comfortable with England in terms of doing that.
Brandan, anything else that stood out to you? You have been in this situation. Like, what is it like as a player going through this Paris method? This has got to be like one of the most stressful. Like, a lot of these players have done Paris method before, but this one in particular means something. What is it like, and what was your takeaway from a player's perspective from this selection?
Yeah, so before the game, there's not a whole lot you can do, especially because you don't know where you're going to be. You don't know where everyone else is going to be. But because the Paris method is not random, the power selection is not random, you can do a lot a lot of strategizing in the week leading up to the game if you want to. And there are players who will do a lot of strategizing around the Paris method. And it can be useful at times, especially if you come up with lots of different possibilities. And so you're ready for different possibilities. If you form an idea of how you think it's going to go, that can be counterproductive because it almost never goes the way you think it's going to go. I don't think anybody who did not see Wes Ketchum's interview, which is everyone on this board, was surprised when Wes dropped down to the number 7 spot. Mikalis, that did a big favor to Mikalis. It bumped him up from number 5 to number 4, which got him into that magic England, France, Russia, Italy circle. And Mikalis has to be thanking his lucky stars because, he qualified as the number 6 spot on the board last weekend. And now because of Robert's withdrawal and because of Wes dropping down, he got up into that spot. I think that the question for me is, it's a big question about the East. Mikalis loves Italy, Turkey alliances. I don't know if Wes does, and I don't know if Maaike, how aware she'll be of that dynamic. So the big question for me coming out of this is, does the board end up regretting letting defending DBNI champion Mikalis Kamaritis into the number 4 slot and into Italy?
Wes Ketchum won his semifinal from 7th place in the Munich Miracle, so not afraid to use that tiebreaker to his advantage. And in fact, in these semifinals, the number 7 selection, the number 7 pick, overperformed pretty significantly. We had several people win on that tiebreaker or use that tiebreaker as part of their negotiation, having to force other people to get bigger than them, not being able to just draw the game out and snatch it at the last minute, definitely influence things. So Wes, I'm not surprised, especially having seen his interview, but not surprised to see that drop because he used that so well. The big surprise for me was Noam picking England. I know that England is a corner power. He said in his interview he was not wanting to get targeted. So I feel like Noam may be playing with a little bit of fear there. Was kind of my takeaway. I don't know if it's conscious fear, but I do worry that might harm him, not because he's going to underperform, but Nicolas Taillet, he does almost 4 centers on average better with France than the average player. He is a phenomenal player in France, and to give someone with his talent that kind of power is a big gamble, and that's going to be one of the main stories I'm watching from this Paris method.
Brian, I wonder if Noam just felt comfortable with England, given that's where he won his first chance game. There's an argument for, man, that felt good. I felt like I understood that game, and so I'm comfortable with that. It puts me in the corner. I think that might have been just sort of a comfortable pick for him, given his recent performance. And frankly, Brandan also in Russia is exactly where he won his first chance game. I find that interesting.
Yeah, I want to add to, sorry, Dan, just that Noam in the 2023 DBNI, the third one, that was his previous appearance in the Super 7. He played England, and it didn't go very well. There was some question of whether Noam had sort of taken the lessons of the AI that he created a little bit too literally and had just made a beeline for Scandinavia. So I wonder if Noam, not just what David said, having, recently won in England in the semifinals, but maybe he wants to rewrite a little bit of history there and right a former wrong.
Well, I want to point out, I'm gonna take some of our dip chat. Once again, thank you all for participating. Dip chat's one of my favorite parts of every single broadcast. I want to thank you all, and also just thank everybody who's watching the recording as well. You're welcome to join the conversation by putting in the comments. And for those of you watching, if you are enjoying the broadcast, we're about to get started. Give it a thumbs up. That helps the algorithm. We want lots of people to be able to see this game, this showcase of an event, and David Hood's fantastic fantastic theatrics. But a couple things I want to call out here. As we were talking about earlier, Noam took England in 2023. In his interview, Noam said he wanted the corner power so he wouldn't be targeted early. But Chris Kelly pointing out, that is not always the case. Sometimes England can be sea lion, which is kind of like getting aired as a turkey, where you get a couple of powers, 2-3 powers that team up. So that is not always a sign of that security. We've got comment from Jaden. Will be fascinating how Noam treats France here. And we've got Wes as Turkey with a player who loves IT in Italy. So Mikalis Kamaritis is a fantastic player in Italy, does like an IT alliance. So great insight from our dip chat. Please keep that coming. It is time for you to put in some predictions. We did put up a poll asking our audience who will win the 2026 DBNI Championship. We posted this up just hours before we found out that Robert Hillier was unable to participate and might have reformatted this poll, but the options were, because YouTube only lets us have 4 choices, which is very awkward for a 7-player game. Noam Brown, current world champion, going for a double. First, no player has ever won both World Diplomacy Face-to-Face Championship and DBNI, not just in the same season, but ever. Nicolas Taillet has played a couple of times in the tournament, but has never won, has won the Virtual Diplomacy League, has not been active very much recently, but kind of returned to the hobby, coming back with a storm. We've got Mikalis Kamaritis, who is the defending DBNI champion. And then we had the field, which at the time was Ketchum, Hillier, Austin, and Banks. And now that would be Ketchum, Blom, Austin, and Banks. So our statistics, Noam Brown getting 7%, Nicolas Taillet getting 21%, Mikalis Kamaritis getting 23%, and the field getting 49%. Adam, what is that poll telling you about our audience's opinion, and do you agree?
Well, we clearly do have someone who's favored here, and that's Nicolas Taillet. You know, he's in terms of just single, right, 22% on him. Certainly, but that's a small favorite. I think people see anyone as having a chance here, and I think that that's right. This is just such a well-matched crew, but Nicolas has had a lot of success in these big games, and so I can't blame those who selected him from this group.
All right, well, it is time for our audience. If you're in Dip Chat, go ahead and put in your predictions. And for all of our analysts, I'm going to start on order that I see you on screen. So, David Hood, you go first. Who wins the 2026 DBNI Championship?
All right, I had an opinion about this before the Paris method result, and my opinion has now changed. My opinion going into the Paris round would have been Nicolas Taillet. My pick coming out of the Paris round is Mikalis Kamaritis, because him getting Italy is very significant. Given where he was in the picking, as we say down here, given as he was in the picking, I think that he was not likely to get an Italy. He was not likely to get a Russia. He was probably going to be in an Austria, Turkey, a much more targetable country as the repeat, as the guy trying to repeat his win from last year. I think that would have been much more dangerous for him. Now that he's in Italy, and given the situation where the other people are on the board, I just think that puts him in a very good position to play his kind of game and not have to be defensive. Brandan and I actually played at World DipCon with Mikalis in a sort of a big time game at the end of that tournament, where Mikalis was in Turkey and he got targeted, and he couldn't really turn his strengths up like he can if he's playing Italy. So I'm going with Kamaritis.
And I'm going to go ahead and bring up the map while we are talking through this so everybody can be reminded of which players were selected where. Brandan, your pick, your prediction. Got Kamaritis from Hood.
Mikalis is a great pick here. But my eye's drawn to Brandan Austin, if I'm being honest. I look at Noam and Nicolas in the West, and I see two transactional players who I think might have some frustration between them in the mid game or early mid game, somewhere in there. I think they might have a hard time getting along. And Maaike and Wes, they might, Wes dropping down to be next to Maaike, that might create some feeling of fraternity between the two of them. Brandan is just so good at not making enemies anywhere. And top boards are won by usually by people who make fewer enemies than other people. So I'm gonna go with Brandan here. Brandan, sorry.
Brandan taking his namesake, Brandan, his evil twin, or maybe the good twin. Adam, your pick.
The two perhaps favorites on this board, Nicolas Taillet and Mikalis Kamaritis, are going to draw a lot of attention early, mid, and late in this game. I'm going for the AT forming early in this game between Maaike and Wes and sticking through and them fighting it out against the other side of the board, and Maaike coming through in this game. Maaike has just been so good all season. Every tournament she plays in, she's in a position to contend. But don't look at this because she's in Austria, that's a bad place for her to be. She's going to come out aggressive, and my money's on her.
Yeah, oftentimes top board comes down to if you can't win, the winner will be selected by a jury of the peers on the board. And Maaike has done a fantastic job of, when I was going through the interviews, one thing that really stuck out to me, almost every player said, oh yeah, I can work with Maaike. To have won that much and to be here in this game and to have that many players all still saying, oh yeah, I can work with that, that's a pretty good sign for a top board for a championship game. So like that pick. Dan Lester, go to you. Final pick.
Noam Brown is going to win this game. I think it's absolutely astonishing that only 7% of the audience thought that the reigning face-to-face world champion of diplomacy, who overcame an incredibly impressive field and came ahead of a nose of a raft of very, very talented players who very nearly won that championship, and has then absolutely obliterated his semi-final game, as this exact country 1 week ago has not spent the entire week computing what's going to happen in this game. We all knew Nicolas Taillet is going to pick second, he's going to pick France. You knew it, I knew it, Noam knew it. Right, and what he needed more than anything else was to have someone who makes things happen, and is ready to go as one of his neighbors. And who should teleport in? Not Mikalis, not Maaike. Max. Max materializes in Germany as a man who you saw. I mean, we're not going to see their negotiations, which kills me because I would love to see some of these negotiations, but we did just see them very briefly in the Paris method, and Max is ready to go. He's got his chat on. He's showing his cat. He's giving it all this with the la 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 la. He is ready to go. He's ready to have some fun. He's ready to do something. He's going to make something happen. Noam's got this. I wouldn't be surprised if he already knows what 1905 looks like right now. That's my bet. That's what's going to happen.
Well, no one else picked him, so I am going to pick Nicolas Taillet as my pick. Mikalis Kamaritis said in his interview exactly why I am making this choice. He said that last year, Mikalis felt like he was coming in with all of the momentum and peaking at the right time. And that is exactly where Nicolas is right now. He's gotten that rust off. He's had a ton of momentum, winning several big games, first to even make it into the DBNI, then to make it into this championship game. Nicolas Taillet will peak and become our next champion, is my prediction. So with that, we've all put in our predictions. Last chance for those in Dip Chat. If you say anything after this point, shame on you. And
Brian, I just have to point out that since nobody picked Max or Wes, it's definitely going to be one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Commentator curse on the rest of the players. And seriously though, I'm not just saying this, the quality on this board is ridiculous, and any one of these 7 players legitimately could win, and I am really excited. Brandan, we're going to let you go, but before you drop, you're a player in this championship game. You just completed Paris Method. The game is about to start. What emotions are going through your head? What are our players getting ready? What is their thought process? Help us get to that part of the board right now.
Yeah, I think there are going to be 2 kinds of players at this moment. One type is pretty calm. Feels like this isn't that big of a deal. I'm thinking of Brandan and Mikalis, people who I think are. Mikalis is now pretty calm by nature. I don't think he used to be, but I think now they're both like, okay, we'll see what happens. Let's go. And then I think there's going to be another category of player, and I might put Maaike in here, maybe Max even a little bit, although I think he might be covering it up with some good cheer, whose nerves are probably going a million miles a minute right now, and they're just hoping to keep down what they ate an hour ago.
Well, my nerves are going a million miles, and I am just going to be covering this game. Brandan, we're going to say farewell, and we're going to transition us over to begin our game. Thank you.
Have a great game, everyone.
See you after. DBNI 2026, the 6th edition, starts right now. David Hood, you will be first up on play-by-play. Tell us what happens in spring of 1901.
What happens is my favorite French opening, sending both armies north with a bounce, or without a bounce even, but the bounce makes it really easy. So you got the bounce in Burgundy. You've got in the east, you've got the bounce in Galicia, bounce in Black Sea. The only thing that I would say that is, a little bit unusual in today's meta is the move of the Turkish armies from Bulgaria and Khan. A lot of people don't want to put that army in Khan because they want to try to bring that fleet around or at least build there. So it's interesting that that's what's happened in the East, but otherwise I would say most of these orders are fairly standard.
That's an old school power play, right? This used to be the standard opening for Turkey. Usually ends up with a Turkish fleet in the Black Sea come fall 1901, which is, I think, Wes staking his territory and leaving open his options for working with Maaike or working with Mikalis, or potentially even working with Brandan, because that Turkish fleet in the Black Sea is not necessarily going to be anti-Russian. So lots of options to go with from there.
And I neglected to say that this could be a Turkish opening that works really well with an IT. Even if you bounce in black, then you build an army in Smyrna and you go. In the fall, I mean.
Yeah, my reflection is that this is quite a cagey opening. I think there's a lot of trust but verify, which is quite a kind of fun phrase that the kids use nowadays. That bounce, all these count off the bounces, Black Sea, obviously, Galicia, Burgundy, that, sometimes in these scenarios where everyone's trying to be super nice and get their allies in line, you will find almost no bounces. And actually, you can sometimes leave these things open to solicit some sort of early betrayal. So you can, pin a tail on the donkey and say, this one's like lost his mind or her mind, But lots of trust but verify. And, my boy Noam, he's done no bounces, and Mikalis has done no bounces. So maybe more efficient opening.
Maybe I'll make one comment about that bounce in Burgundy. I think the immediate reaction might be, well, that's terrible for Germany to do that. They'd much rather be in Ruhr and have some play on Belgium and all that. But this may be a situation where this works to Max's advantage because he doesn't have to make any decision around helping somebody to Belgium or not helping somebody to Belgium. It buys him a turn where he doesn't have to make any commitments.
If I were to pick the most common openings on the board and dump them out of a box onto a board, I think it would look pretty much like this. And I think that's because they're common for a reason. These are good players. I think they are, I do think there's some nerves. These orders really make it, like what I saw coming out, that nervous laughter in the Paris method. I think there's some nerves on this board, and they're taking what they're comfortable with, what they know. This is going to help them calm down, give them a little bit of time, a little bit of space. And our players have been through this exact board state many times. And I think that's going to be good to help everybody kind of catch their breath and realize, yeah, we're playing a game of diplomacy. We know what's going on here.
What's going on here is a bounce in Belgium, which is not surprising given the fact that the Germans were not there, as somebody pointed out, to be asked to do one or the other. But we don't see a bounce in Holland, which was an option here when you don't go to Ruhr. And so it's always a possibility the Germans could be bounced out of Holland in an early EF. That is not what happened. So in the West, I'd say we've got fairly conventional game. In the East, is there anything unconventional here? Not. The only thing I would argue that's unconventional big time is the non-convoy to Tunis. Moving the fleet out of Ionian and leaving both armies on the boot is a little bit unusual. Put you a little bit behind. If Italy ever wants to do anything in the East in 1902, it puts you a little bit behind. The move where you go from from Bulgaria to Romania is not terribly unusual. It's just a way to make sure that Russia doesn't go to the Black Sea. But then, as you see, the Turks don't go to the Black Sea either. So this is West not wanting to commit one way or the other. Nobody goes to the Black Sea, but he also doesn't move the fleet over, possibly because he can't, given the fact that he opened to Khan.
Very unhappy about this. If I'm Maaike, both get the army, the Russian army in Romania instead of the fleet, and Turkey's failure to move to the Black Sea. Definitely makes me nervous if I'm playing Austria in this position.
Yeah, Brandan's got 2 builds now, and with this Russian situation, you do need to make a decision of some kind. He can't make a decision to build a fleet in Sevastopol, and I'm sure Wes is delighted about that, and that negotiation where you'll have to support yourself to Romania because otherwise you won't get it, and that keeps Black nice and safe for the DMZ. It has paid off for him. Brandan could have chosen something very different there, but he didn't. And this KG opening begins. Totally agree with the assessment Ionian to Tunis. Lots and lots of options in spring 02 for everyone.
Dan Lester, I have a question. I thought it was DMZ. Is it not DMZ?
Do you know, I don't think I've ever said DMZ in my life.
Okay, all right. I just wondered.
Isn't it? Yeah.
It's
mainly because I think it's an American concept to demilitarize zones. I think they love to do that. So maybe we just take the American word.
Fair.
So I do want to answer, Michael, yes, something I failed to set up at the start of this broadcast. Most games in the Virtual Diplomacy League and a lot of virtual games end around 1910. A lot of European games that use C-Diplo will end 1907. In face-to-face, on average, most games will go to 1908 to 1910, in that ballpark. In the qualifying rounds for the DBNI, this is a premier event. It is designed to be competitive players playing other competitive players. So we like a long game, so we put it at 1913. And since this is the championship game, we are going to 1916. So lots of space to play. And I think that helps answer the question of why fleet Ionian to Tunis. It's because there's no hurry for Mikalis. Mikalis is telling me by that move, he's just going to relax. He's going to let the board open up. He's going to play it slow, not scare anyone. And then he's going to respond to whoever's upsetting someone else, give himself an opportunity to take advantage there. Winter of 1901, we can see our adjustments. Adam, I'm going to throw it to you for 1902 moves. What stands out to you with these adjustments?
There's a lot that stands out to me. So let's start in the West, that we see the fleets in both London and Brest, right? That is not a sign that England and France are completely on the same page or copacetic, at least going into this turn. That doesn't necessarily mean we're going to see things going to the Channel now, but it clearly means that they are not clearly having an agreement, having an alliance or path forward for more than any number of turns. Russia fails to build a fleet in St. Petersburg. They build a more flexible army St. Petersburg, so there's lots of options that Brandan can use that army for. Certainly the board didn't set up in such a way that it was an obvious move for him to be going after England, so I like that choice of builds there. And then lastly, and probably most interestingly, is the army Smyrna from Turkey. That's sending a clear sign to Italy that we are probably working together in this game, at least in the early part of the game. And that is probably the price of Fleet Tunis to get that build, which Mikalis is just salivating to see.
We also have a love letter written in winter 1901, and that love letter was written by Max to Nicolas, saying, I'm not going to build in Munich. I don't have 2 guys on Burgundy. I'm going to build in Berlin. That can't possibly bother you, right? Let's talk. That's the love letter of winter 1901.
Yeah, I mean, definitely after what can only be described as a relatively sleepy and snooze-worthy 01, everyone's decided to burst out of the traps in the adjustments phase with excitement and drama. So, yeah, absolutely. You know, the tactical diplomacy, as it were, never stab in an adjustments phase. And I don't think anyone has necessarily stabbed, but there's certainly some declarations of intent going on. Mm-hmm.
Now it's time for us to go to what is absolutely, undeniably the best part of the DBN top board format coverage, our sideline reports. And we are so fortunate to have an elite sideline crew. One of the things we've learned covering these games over the past 6 years is that the sideline crew being able to understand and interpret very rapidly what's going on helps them understand and translate to all of us what's going on based off of those negotiations. For this crew, we've got Ed Sullivan, Ben Kelman, and 2-time DBN Invitational Champion Peter McNamara on the sideline. Let's go to them now.
All right, welcome to Sideline. We got Ben and Peter McNamara here, all talking about everything top board. Ben, you had the West Spring 1901. What'd you hear?
Yeah, so Nicolas and Noam got right into a room, had a really good conversation, seemed really positive. They're worried about AI. Everyone seems a little worried about AI based on their past cooperation. They had a really good talk until they got to Belgium. Noam had an idea that they would each go to Belgium in the fall, and they would just try to convince Germany to support each of them, and whoever gets in, it's not a big deal. But Taillet was concerned about this and wanted an actual bounce in Belgium. And that continues to play out later. So later on, Nicolas and Max are talking, and they are basically also worried about the AI. And Nicolas tells Max, a good conversation again. They all say they want to work together. Nicolas says he's going to Burgundy, and Max is free to go there or not go there. It's very friendly. It's very positive. Max eventually says he'll bounce, but starts kind of nervously laughing and says, hopefully I don't get bounced out of Holland. And there's a lot of nervous laughter.
Peter, what about the East?
So it's a slow start in the East. We've got 2 bounces from Brandan in the Black Sea and Galicia. There's still in conversations that don't involve the AI, whether it's England and Russia or Russia and Turkey, we're seeing that the potential for an AI is brought up. But in spring of 01, not a lot is happening yet. We'll find out more in the fall, really.
Yeah, all I got from the spring in the East was Maaike and Mikalis seemingly working well together. Ben, as we move into the fall, we see the bounce in Belgium. Why don't you talk about the West?
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion about this bounce. EF agrees to bounce. Then there's a discussion between Noam and Max where they talk about trying to build in London and that Max can support Noam into Belgium in the fall. Then after previously agreeing not to build in London and Brest, Noam goes back to Nicolas and says they should build in London and Brest. It's not clear if Noam is trying to set up a situation where he can take Max's offer or trying to disguise an EF. It's pretty ambiguous here. In the end, they all agree on the moves.
And Peter, tell us what you heard in the East.
Yeah, so maybe the most interesting of the moves was Wes's non-move from Ag to the Black Sea. He told Brandan that he was going to move Rum, Con, and Black point blank. And after a while, Brandan sort of started to indicate that maybe he didn't quite want the move into Black and would appreciate it if it was empty. That was the main move that we saw. We saw no real conflict over who's going to get Sweden. Everyone knew that a bounce was happening in Belgium all over the entire board. Brandan and Maaike were trying to tell each other that Bulgaria was doing something else against each of them. But as we see the moves in the end, not too much actual conflict has come out in the end. I didn't catch whether Maaike knew about the Bulgaria to Romania move.
I don't know about that. I was on the Maaike beat. Wes is trying to find a friend. Maaike is very worried about Mikalis, but talks calmer with him than anybody else. They'd agreed that he would go to Aegean, but then Mikalis talked to Wes, and then they agreed on an IT. So I think Mikalis senses Maaike's hesitation here. Maaike did say she is not going to emotionally manipulate herself and that she was going to be ruthless. And we are going to be hoping everyone's ruthless, and we're going to get back to the game. Thank you, gentlemen.
Mike Blom coming in saying she was going to play ruthless. That was something that also stood out to me in the interview when I was listening to her. By the way, if you have not listened to those interviews, Ed Sullivan spent a couple days checking in with each of our Super 7. It was fantastic. They gave some really, really genuine insights into this game. I think it's going to be fascinating for everybody to go watch those after watching this game play out. But what stood out to me about Maaike is she was saying, hey, I feel like I need to play a little more aggressive, and or at least implied that, which that's not the game that got Maaike to this game. So I am a little worried. Is that going to make her uncomfortable? Will she be able to relax with that? Is she putting too much pressure on herself? So that very much aligns with what we heard from our sideline. Dan, I'm going to throw it to you. What stood out to you?
Well, I mean, from those sidelines, what you're hearing about is people who are kind of gradually ratcheting up the pressure on themselves at different rates. There's people who have got plans and they're making those plans play out. Wes has clearly got a plan, but it sounds like, the pressure is ratcheting up on him to find a friend. Mikalis has got one plan. He's changed his plan. He's ratcheting up pressure on himself. And this is what we see with this explosion of what I would consider to be unusual and perhaps quite daring builds in some cases, is that people who have, that little person on their shoulder, the devil on their shoulders, whispers to them and says, you've got to do something. You've got to do something. So, yeah, great sideline reporting. Really enjoyed it.
All right, as we go into spring of 1902, Adam, what are we looking at?
Okay, eyes immediately to the west to see Noam support himself into the English Channel and take it. So that's really huge. We also see bounces by Germany in Belgium and Burgundy. So this looks like coordination on the part of EG against Nicolas Taillet. We will see how that plays out. In the north, Brandan Austin just does a double tap on Norway, so clearly letting the West play itself out before making any aggressive moves over there. However, the moves by Germany, I'm sorry, I missed the Kiel to Helgoland with support move. That is not good news for Noam, actually. That is strongly suggestive that the Belgium and Burgundy bounces may have been arranged. So I apologize. I missed that when I first saw the moves. This is really not good news for Noam to see that move, that fleet go into Helgoland, especially with support. In the east, Mikalis makes a futile attack on Trieste, which just holds. Another bounce in Warsaw. But now Maaike is moving from Serbia into Romania with support of the Russians. So this is actually looking like the AT that I predicted earlier. Smyrna goes to Ankara, bouncing with Sev, allowing West to get into the Black Sea unopposed. So will be very interesting to see whether this is something that is sustainable or not, but certainly has the early givings of an FG and an AT on this board.
All of that is true, and the question is, what is Mikalis going to do with that AT cooperation? And he may be in on it. He may be in on it and waiting for an opportunity. He may have said to Austria yes, and then we'll jump on Turkey. He may have told Germany yes, and then we'll jump on Austria. So this is going to be a timing question. And the fact that France may be sending their units north to participate in the sea line instead of into the Mediterranean will give Mikalis maybe a chance to make that decision.
I'm expecting to see a huge amount of fluidity. I appreciate it looks like some decisions have been made here. Max and Nicolas look like they're together. AT looks like it's together and it's going to take something off Russia. You know, if we look at Norway, right, and we think, well, Norway can fall. Russia's under pressure in the south. Magnus is under pressure in the south. He can take Norway, you know, can do that thing, you know, prop himself up, can make himself more viable. Noam's going to go down anyway. But this is a high caliber game, right? This is a long game. And Brandan and Noam are probably talking to each other and they're saying, well, hang on a minute. What is Max's next center? What is Nicolas' next center? Nicolas' next center is probably like Liverpool, right? Max's next center is probably Belgium and then ? If that RE holds together in the north, that FG is going to take a really, really long time. So similarly in the south, you've got Mikalis, who, you know, patient though he is, as Italy, you need that fifth center. You've got to get it. And I don't know what this Venice thing is, and I'm sure we'll find out from the sideline what that's all about. But, you know, he's certainly not moved Venice to Apulia Venice, let's put it that way, right? So, you know, maybe there's some uncertainty, maybe there's a promise that he's made, or I don't know what's going on. But on Mikalis' mind is, where is my fifth center? And his relationship with the AT, his diplomatic relationship with each of them, which is no doubt good, will be fascinating to see how that gets leveraged.
I think Venice to Trieste, Apulia to Venice is just a bunch of hooey. That's all agreed. That's just hooey. Now, if you are Max and it is the end of spring 1902 and there are no units from another power next to Munich, that must feel good.
Yeah, West Ketchum's like, come on, man. Fall of 1902, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, I just say I'm not so convinced that it's hooey so much as Mikalis just saying, like, okay, you're going to have to sit in Trieste because otherwise, you know, that's going to me. In the fall, what do we see? We see English Channel making a play on Belgium, which doesn't happen because the Germans support the French in, which I think is a little different than maybe what we were expecting, where there's another bounce in Burgundy there. London moves to Wales, which is just a message saying to France, no, you're not. You might take the English Channel from me, but you're not convoying to London. But moreover, the North Sea falls and Norway falls. So Brandan makes that decision that I want that dot more than I worry about the northern balance at this point in the game. In the East, Maaike moves just to cover Serbia. It's hard to tell with all of these arrows. It looks like Khan is trying to convoy to Sev with support of Rum. Rum is moving to Bull. I'm having a really hard time with these arrows, but it looks like Rum might be moving to Budapest, which is Frank. Oh, so Maaike is basically stabbing West here by trying to retake Budapest from Romania, leaving Brandan Romania, but that is getting foiled by the fact that Ionian cuts Greece here. So this is a whole mess, and I think this is just I think several people kind of reading things incorrectly, because clearly Maaike thought that she is working with Brandan here. She probably thought that Mikalis was on board with attacking Turkey. She was probably expecting a fleet to go to Eastern Med or Aegean, but instead it cut Greece. basically keeping her in Romania. And so now things are kind of going to be very messy for her in come next year.
I have a hard time believing that Wesley Ketchum thought that convoy made any sense.
Yeah.
Because why would you not just defend Bulgaria? Which makes me think all of this is arranged to fool Brandan into thinking that he's not together. In other words, Maaike knowing that Mikalis is going to hit Greece because it was arranged to make it look like Austria was kind of pull out when in fact they're taking Romania. Because otherwise the Turkish convoy makes no sense. You know you're not going to work. That's not going to work. Even if Rome supported it, that wouldn't work. So the fact that you're leaving Bulgaria undefended like that looks like theater to me. That does not look reality.
It feels sorry. Go ahead, Dan.
No, fascinating take. Go on, Adam. You go.
No, I was going to just say that feels a little bit too far for what one might be comfortable with accepting at this point in the game. If I'm sitting in Wes's shoes and Maaike is saying I'm going to order this way, but I'm working with you, but I'm counting on Mikalis cutting this in order to prevent. I'm probably having Khan just support ball to make sure that there's no risk if Mikalis does something.
I tend to agree with you, Adam, but what is the other explanation? I mean, I'm just looking for an explanation for why Khan is trying to be
Khan to Sev is darn weird, but maybe it was expecting Rum to support it. I mean, yes. I don't know why. I don't know in what world Moscow doesn't support Sev from this position.
Right.
So, but maybe there was some other order set that. I mean, maybe Moscow doesn't support Sev if there's going to be a supported attack on Romania or something, but it is strange tactically, but on the other hand, diplomatically, I don't see how West would accept that sort of agreement.
I just want to go back. Sorry, I'm not. I want to focus on the move in the north, which I detest. Brandan's taken Norway. I appreciate he's probably got an extremely good relationship with Max. That's clearly been forged together because Max is now out of Denmark. And Brandan is now out of Sweden, so they've got. Oh no, he's followed him with the army actually. But that's clearly for convoying purposes. But if you could have done more to slam the accelerator onto the resolution of the West, which will spell, then he couldn't have done any more, Brandan, done this, and I don't know how that works out for his advantage. What you're looking at here is a classic Russian who's taking centers in one theater to prop up another theater. And that's always going to be problematic down the line, in my view, because he's still got 6. So he's going to be on the same. So he's got all these armies in the south that are sitting there behind their own lines. I really don't love it. Meanwhile, Nicolas, slow and steady, wins the race. Very solid, very strong, basically impregnable France, gets Belgium, gets the Channel. Germany gets North Sea, okay, ready to convoy and all the rest of it. I will be fascinated to see how these centres go, who gets them and when in the West if this carries on. Because Max, if he's not careful, is setting up an incredibly strong France that's going to eat him.
Dan, I'm curious your take. I mean, I'm really surprised that it's France getting Belgium here and not Germany. If I'm sitting as Germany in this position, I'm just thinking how strong this is making France in one turn. If I'm setting up an army in Denmark to get into the island, I'm so weak in the middle. I'm asking for Belgium with everything I got. I mean, what do you think about this?
Totally agree. Don't understand it at all. Not at all. I said previously, what is Max's next centre? Belgium, then what? Now I'm thinking, what is Max's next centre? Not Belgium, then what? Because with the army in Denmark and all the rest of it, but England is now set up to defend the island against Germany.
Maybe the theory was you build another French fleet and then you give Belgium to Germany in 1903. That might be the theory here. Also wonder if all this business with Mikalis bouncing everywhere is so that his fleets are still in a position to go west if needed, with AT going after Russia. Maybe. We'll see.
There's a lot of chatter in Dip Chat right now comparing Mikalis's play in Italy to Brandon Fogel's in Italy in 2023 when Brandan won. And that was one thing Brandan did to great effect. Didn't ever really go west heavily, but stayed in position to force France to accept that threat so they couldn't overextend and get comfortable in that northern theater alone. There's a lot of conversation amongst us on the broadcast team about whether that was a good idea. Brandan proved in that game, at least, it was a great one. We'll find out from Mikalis if that's the case. I did want to call out one thing that I think is really interesting in Max Wanji Banks and Brandan Austin. Early signs of a GR, and these two players are both from the same diplomacy club in Canberra in Australia. And one of the big storylines for this DBNI has been that exactly half of the field was from Australia. And with that high volume of players and having 3 world champions from Australia playing, none of which qualified. It is the junior class of the Australians representing that continent in this game, and the two of them coming from the same club, 551 players across the globe, and to have two people from the same club sitting in this game as neighbors, coordinating together against England, that is a story. And what's really interesting to me is in the interviews, Brandan, I believe, was saying he works well with Max until he doesn't. So it didn't seem like that was a relationship that typically lasted. So that's going to be another thing that I'll be watching as we move forward. But this one, for me, this sideline is going to be really, really telling. Let's find out, especially what's going on between those two and what's going on in the East.
Okay, sideline for 1902. Game is heating up. We saw these builds in the West. Ben, I'm sure it took a lot of activity. What's happening?
Yes, the first conversation is between England and France. Noam wants to DMZ the English Channel. And Nicolas kind of agrees to this, but is very skeptical. Immediately goes and tells Max he's skeptical of this. And as the turn goes, they end up agreeing that Noam will support himself there. They actually end up agreeing on all of their moves except what Max is going to do with Kiel. And this is the real key pivot point. Max says he's going to Baltic, he says he's going to Baltic to Noam, and he says he's going to Helgoland to Nicolas, and this becomes the real pivot point in the spring.
All right, and Peter, in the East, the only thing I know is that Army Smyrna build, which was done at the last second in a conversation promised between Mikalis and Wes, is quite the topic of conversation. The only other thing I know in the spring is Mikalis says he's not going west, and so there's a lot of debate. What's going on from your East?
Well, Mikalis and Maaike seem to be on the same page. Mikalis is pushing an air, though, and Maaike is a little unsure. What really governs some of what's happening, I think, in spring of 02 in the East is that Brandan is really focusing on the North in his negotiations. He ends up not talking to Maaike until the very end of the turn. Austria and Turkey eventually get together and they come up with the plan that you see on the board. Maaike does tell in the end that she's tells Brandan that she's taking Romania just as a fait accompli at the very end. But we'll see how that plays out in the fall.
So as we go to the fall, I'm going to headline the fall, at least in the West, as Noam alone. He realizes what's happening, and he's trying to work with Brandan to maybe to support him into Denmark. But FG seems really tight, and the question is, what will Brandan do? But Ben, what did you pick up?
Yeah, they're being pretty honest, both Max and Nicolas, with Noam, that they're not working with him right now. They both have conversations. The one with Nicolas goes better, but he doesn't make any false promises. Brandan tells Noam he's not going to attack Norway, but then tells Max that he lied about that. So I haven't seen the orders, but presumably he does. Yeah, I see it now. He does attack. And then towards the end, I caught Brandan and Maaike talking about Brandan supporting west to Romania. And Maaike says, I would have liked you to tell me that earlier.
And in the East, I will say, just to start, Mikalis really wants to build off of Maaike. He's really frustrated. He tells Wes, he tells Brandan that if he doesn't get a build, it's war. He doesn't get a build here with Maaike. Maaike doesn't think Mikalis needs a build. She's advocating for herself. What do you see, Peter? What do you hear?
That's actually a big point, whether or not Maaike is going to give Mikalis a build. So this comes up in a number of conversations because everyone knows that Mikalis wants a build and he wants Maaike to give it to him this turn. Wes pushes back very clearly in the conversation with Maaike, saying that Mikalis asking for a build is unreasonable. When Russia and Turkey are talking to each other, Brandan comes up with an offer to give Wes Romania, get Juggernaut back on track, and Wes pushes back on that. And his justification is that he's hoping that Italy doesn't take a build off Austria, and that creates some conflict there, which will give them an opening.
One of the looming issues is Noam is under attack now by 3 powers, and that stirs up a lot of conversations in the East. Ben.
I just remembered, FG agreed that the build would be Fleet Marseille. They're worried about Mikalis and his control over the game, even though his position isn't dominant.
Okay. Well, we'll see if that happened. Thanks for the great sideline report. We'll catch you back in 1903.
That's fascinating. I will be the first to admit that that was illuminating. I was not reading the board the way that sideline kind of brought out. Adam?
I'm still completely perplexed about Maaike's moves, though. The Romania to Bulgaria still, even hearing all of that, does not make a lot of sense. It sounds like there was some conversations around Wes going and attacking Maaike and Brandan giving Wes Romania, but I didn't hear anything about Maaike turning around and working with Brandan again. So that's really, really perplexing to me. The information about Mikalis is really interesting. I fully support what Maaike is saying here. Maaike's response to Mikalis was, you want to build? You go get yourself a build. You move to Eastern Med, you move to Aegean, you do that, and then we have something to talk about, but you're not taking my centers. So I think
I'm with
Galler.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I am with Michael Galler here in the chat. This what my thought when I heard that sideline was, we're not hearing the whole story. There's direct messaging going on that's not part of the audio. It just about has to be true, because if the Austrians think they're taking Greece, they're not thinking they're doing that. Not Greece, Bulgaria.
Yeah.
And Mikalis doesn't think he's getting Greece. None of those things make any sense. And the convoy doesn't make any sense. I don't know exactly what the story is. I concocted a story earlier the best I could. I don't know if that's the right story, but I don't think it's the story. The whole story cannot be what we just heard on the as good as the sideline people are. There's got to be something else going on here.
So if you bring up the map, I just want to talk about the diplomatic and time pressure on the centre powers. So Germany and Austria have got everyone in their ear. Everyone, right? And they are making decisions on the fly. And now they're in the position where, in Germany's case, we heard he was getting told one person he was going to do one thing, another person is going to do another thing. And, he probably had one in his mind that he probably intended to do, but that still gives you inflection decision points that's going to eat away at your time and your opportunities. And even if you're not listening, you're still listening. Similarly, Maaike, go north, go south, give me a build, go north, go south, give me a build, go north. Round and round it goes like a washing machine. And actually, there they are in between everybody, and they're doing good. Like you say, nothing near Munich. Got your lovely 6th build there as Austria. They're doing really well. They're handling this pressure extremely well. But let's not underestimate how important it is to maintain that chaos around you if you are those centre powers and not be the only person who's experiencing chaos. And these are 2 excellent players. We're in an excellent game. There's so much on their shoulders. Can you imagine being Maaike? And not just the conversations, but also the DMs. Mikalis, he wants the 5th build. He wants the 5th. We all know Italy needs that 5th build. And then if he gets the 5th build, it's going to be like a dragon. In fact, so much so that France is starting to talk about putting a fleet in Marseille, even though he hasn't even got the 5th build yet. Because he's got such a great position, apparently. And I'm sure Mikalis, if he was here, would be kind of throwing up his hands in disgust at the idea that he's the danger at this moment. But we can all see how important that 5th build is, and so can Maaike. Wes needs Maaike, right? Similarly, Max. So let's mistakes could creep in. I'm not saying they have done, but they can.
And on that pressure for the middle powers, that also, I think, goes for Russia having to play both sides, both theaters. And in this case, Brandan, it sounds like having some time management challenges, not being able to spend as much time in the South because of all the time that he's spending up in the North. I think it's a overlooked skill that our players do have to develop, and some of our more tenured players like Mikalis and Wes have been playing for a very long time. They're probably more familiar with how to balance those DMs and who to talk to and when. And Brandan's a top tier player, but this is only his second or third year as a competitive player in the game of diplomacy at this level, and that's a skill that does need to. It's a muscle that needs to be worked and trained. That time management is a resource, and that's something that can impact how our game plays out as well. Winner of 1902, based off those conversations, Dan, predictions. What are we putting? What is Nicolas Taillet putting down?
So you've asked me the country that I'm worst at. France is actually my worst country. If this were, I would fall off my chair, and this chair's quite hard to fall off. I would fall off it if he built anything other than Fleet Brest. Who knows?
There's an argument for Fleet Marseille to go to Spain's south coast and be a defensive unit so that Mid-Atlantic has the freedom to just go ahead and go to the North Atlantic or Irish. There's an argument.
And Adam, Maaike. What's Maaike putting? I mean, it's obviously Army in Vienna, but what is she doing with that adjustment?
Again, I have no idea why the moves last turn played out. So, there's a lot of negotiation that has to happen, right? I think the main thing on my mind as Maaike is, let's say Turkey gets that build out of Sev in the next year, which is not even guaranteed because Brandan's position is so strong in terms of his ability to protect Sev. But let's say I figure out a way and I help Brandan take Sev next year. What's he putting down? Do I want West to get a build here? Is this an AT and we're going to go attack? He's going to put it on a fleet and we're going to go after Mikalis, or is he going to put down another army? And I've now just got to worry about these 4 Turkish armies on the board. So this is really a tight needle to thread for Maaike.
It's winner of 1902. We're just 2 years in a 16-year game, and already it feels like we've got some pretty significant stakes as we go in, put those adjustments.
Just get ready to say, Brian, we didn't talk about Noam's disband.
Norwegian makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
Norwegian means he's not that mad at Russia, and he's going to make sure that he prioritizes fighting against FG. He doesn't care that Russia's going to go Norwegian in Norway and convoy into Clyde or whatever, Edinburgh, or whatever he's going to do. So that to me tells us that he is not blaming Brandan for this. He's blaming the FG people, and he's going to try to defend London if possible.
And I also look at this as him saying to Brandan, like, okay, you took Norway off me. Now you should be, trying to slow those guys down. You're going to convoy to Clyde. Can you afford to do that? Are you really in a position where you can afford to be leaving Scandinavia open and doing that kind of thing? No, you need to make sure they slow down. And I think that's the message he's sending to those guys, to Brandan at least.
All right, David Hood, spring of 1903.
And Max, knowing that, decides he's going to take Norwegian for positional reasons because he knows that English Channel can support him in. Spring moves are about position generally. Fall moves about centers. So that fleet in Brest coming out of the Mid-Atlantic to replace the Mid-Atlantic going to Irish, the FG's getting in position to do something productive in the fall. Brandan supports the German fleet to North Sea. So Brandan doesn't go and join in the fight, but also doesn't do anything that looks like he's going to be helping Noam out of the predicament. In the East, we've got the Turks losing out here. This is now an AI, as you all can see. The fleet's coming in. The army's doing what they're doing. The army in Trieste leaving Tyrolia has got to be on purpose to let the Italians in, I assume, because otherwise, again, it makes no sense unless she thought it was going to be Venice to Piedmont. So maybe Aegean and Ionian is because it's going to attack Greece, maybe, with the moves from Italy, but I tend to think this is AI cooperation. I guess we'll find out. Turkey does try the convoy to Bulgaria, so he's all about convoys, Wes is these days. But three units, since Maaike got that army into Serbia, 3 units on Bulgaria means that is over. Bulgaria is out.
Dan, your position that you were kind of covering your face in the South, they'd say like my flabbers were gasted, is what that looked like. What were you seeing?
Of all the things that I expected to see next, I did not expect to see an increase in concentration of forces in the east and south. Actually, what's obviously happened here is that Mike has rolled over to Mikalis finally and said, yes, I'm going to give you your 5th. And Mikalis has been like, well, you're damn right you're going to, because either I'm going to get Trieste like we've been talking about all this time, or I'm just going to darn well take Greece for myself. Like, he's lined up to do both of those things. But what they've given up in the process is Tunis to Western Med, Ionian to Tyrrhenian Sea, Venice to Piedmont. And actually, if you look at the areas of the board where there are a few units, a very large number of centres, you've got that Berlin, Munich, Marseille, Spain, Portugal line, which isn't going to remain vacant for very long. So if it is an AI, okay, we've got Tyrolia, right? But if it is an AIR, which it kind of almost half sort of potentially could have been there for a minute, possibly, because West looks like it's definitely on the out. They could be in Silesia, Bohemia, Tyrolia, Piedmont, you know what I mean? Piedmont, Tyrrhenian Sea, Western Med if they wanted to, and they could be decompressing the south and east to put pressure on this FG, which is rolling, which is absolutely rolling. How many units have they got against England's 3 centres? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then completely passive Scandinavia. That is going to be over in the blink of an eye, and then where are all those French and German units going to be? I mean,
always the question. Always the question after you kill England. All right, Fall. What do you have in store for us? You have, this really is AI. There is no feint here with Mikalis taking Greece or something. This is in fact AI. And the Austrians are now taking Khan and taking Bulgaria behind it, while the Russians take Romania, probably all by some sort of consent. And it may well be that what has happened here is we as the AIR need to form here, because this FG is moving so fast. We're going to have to respond to that. So this could just be a basic balance of power play by these players, knowing that they've got to get to the line. And look, Tyrolia is already at the line, and Max knows that. So Max has to move back to Munich here. So this may well be just an AIR trying to get in position, to get enough builds, to make units, and then move. Now, it does, Mikalis is not in a position to do anything right now except Piedmont, but still, I think that's probably what's happening. In the West, we have a successful convoy to Edinburgh, which frankly couldn't be stopped. There's no way to stop that with with Norway supporting North Sea. There was no way to stop it. And the bounce, France does lose the guess here. Well, I guess there was no guess because they were in Irish. They had to try to either go to Wales or to Liverpool. And I guess they prioritized, they just took a shot at Liverpool. Actually, as we know, it should have been Wales, but that was just a 50-50 guess.
Well, it's not a guess because they could support themselves to Wales. They could convoy through Mao and English.
Oh, that's true.
Put it with Irish Sea or vice versa. So Wales could have been guaranteed.
Well, it's still a guess on whether you take a shot at Liverpool. That's the guess he was making, is that there wouldn't, that London might support Wales because they should have known that Edinburgh. So it's all a bunch of juke faking people out of Earth. So if he's going to think this, that means I can do this. But if I do this, then he may do that. It's all that. It's still a guessing game. Totally. And whatever it was, Nicolas actually lost, and Max won the turn by taking Edinburgh.
Hey, Ed. I'm sorry, Ed. David. Sorry to insult you like that. You were talking about going to the line. For those that may not be familiar, can you kind of explain that concept and how that is significant for this board state?
That is a great question. I'm glad you pointed that out. So on the diplomacy map, there is an imaginary line that runs from the southwest corner to the northeast corner, roughly. And we call it sometimes the stalemate line. It is what actually divides what we've been calling the West from what we've been calling the East. Russia is on both sides of that line uniquely, which makes them a unique power to play, because St. Petersburg is actually on the west side, or the north side, if you want to look at it that way. So on the northwest side of that stalemate line. When we say go to the line, it means that an Eastern alliance going to the line means they're going to start pushing into the western half of the board, or vice versa. The west goes to the line. That means they're getting ready to push into the east. Earlier in the game, we mentioned that the French didn't look like they were going into the Mediterranean. That means going past the line from the west to the east. For purposes of how the diplomacy game was invented and how the board is structured, that is the significant line that determines which side of the board is going to dominate the other, is which one can get to that line and cross it, or at least get that line to defend against the other side crossing into it. Which one of those people can do that first? We sometimes talk about in diplomacy theory the resolution of the West and the resolution of the East. We maybe even use that terminology tonight already. And that means how fast can the powers on one side of the board resolve their dispute and then charge across the line, or at least get to the line before the other side of the board does. That is not the way all diplomacy games are played. It's frankly not the way European games are typically played, because in those face-to-face events in 1907, the stalemate line is way less significant. But in a game that's going to go to 1916, the stalemate line is usually extremely significant, even in people's thinking in 1903.
Thank you.
I want to comment on Brandan's moves really quickly, if this is in fact an AIR. Brandan retook Romania, and he could have done it from Galicia, which would have been putting less pressure onto Maaike. He could have done it from Sev, which would have put a fleet in Romania, and again been putting less pressure on the Austrians, but he didn't. He did it from Ukraine. I'm going to be watching that.
All right, winner of 1903, we are going to have a build for Germany and for Italy and for Russia. We're going to have disbands from the Witches. We'll come back to the Witches in a little bit. It's one of my favorite theories about this game. But let's find out from our sideline what went on before we talk about our predictions for those adjustments.
All right, welcome to Sideline Report for 1903. Ben, FG, FGR, we keep going.
It's FG all the way at this point. Max and Nicolas are having good conversations. Nicolas said he didn't build that fleet in Marseille like he had said because he doesn't want to disrupt any fighting between I and A, if that's what's happening. They agree to moves in the north. Meanwhile, Noam's trying to come up with secondary motivations here. He tells Nicolas makes him janissary offer to keep 2 fleets and work towards Russia. But Noam kind of tells Nicolas he wants to go against Germany. Noam tells Germany he's most mad at Russia because Russia lied about Norway. So secondary motivations already coming into play in the north.
And in the spring, Peter, in the east, you go first and I'll go after you and play cleanup.
In the spring in the east, Austria and Italy talk first. There's a bit of confusion about what happened with Maaike's moves last turn, whether they were actually the ones she wanted to have in, or maybe she had a tech issue. But eventually they get on the same page, and Maaike is okay with Mikalis ordering to both Aegean and Trieste in the spring. And the big question is, will Brandan be on board? And that comes up. When Mikalis is talking to everyone else, he's really trying to sell the fact that Maaike is winning in the east. He's telling that to Germany, he's telling that to France. But ultimately, what's happening east is everyone does decide they want to move against Turkey, at least in the spring.
At least a little bit. Wes offers Romania to Brandan because he's worried about the what's going on with Turkey, with Italy. But as you can see here, Black was supposed to support Ukraine to Romania. That didn't happen. Wes instead put another order set in. Maaike offered Romania, said she was going to put 1 on Romania. Brandan decided not to do that. So Brandan sort of was cagey with both A and T here. And then I think the interesting thing was I think all these moves were agreed to by Maaike except including Aegean, which she said she was fine with. And but Trieste was supposed to go to Albania, but no one seemed upset about that. As we go into the fall, we'll put up the map. But Ben an army in Tyrolean, and we've got some concerns. So you tell us what's happening in the West.
Yeah, FG agrees to this convoy to Eddie, and then there's a lot of discussion between Nicolas and Noam because Noam is offering Liverpool if Nicolas helps Noam dislodge North Sea. There's a lot of consideration of this, but in the end, Nicolas chooses to tell Noam the truth that he's not going to help him rather than lie, which would have gotten him Liverpool, and that leads to Liverpool getting stopped. There's also, as F and G talk about this, they start to discuss, is Russia their next target, or is this an AI, or is it an AIR? Should it be Russia, or should it be should Russia be on their side? And this is they're not decided on this yet.
Man, Peter, in the East, I'm there with you listening to these conversations. I don't think anyone knows for sure when they're talking to each other what they want to do.
That does seem to be the overriding thing. We know that Maaike wants Brandan back out from Galicia into Romania. But we don't really know what's happening. There's a big question as to what is Brandan going to build that only actually gets asked to Brandan by Mikalis in the very last minute, where they also have a conversation where Brandan expresses a preference to Mikalis to attack Austria rather than Turkey.
Yeah, I think that's really important because Mikalis is telling Brandan, it's in your hands. It's in your hands. And then Brandan finally says, I want you to attack Austria, but it was like 30 seconds left on the clock. Mikalis had worked these set of moves with Maaike, and so for sure we don't know if that's going to continue, this AI that we see here or not. Everybody's in flux in the East. I have no idea what's happening next. It's going to be fantastic. I think we're going to see a lot of things shift in 1904 as Noam's dying and Wes is going down. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll see you for 1904. Back to the studio.
These sidelines just keep on giving.
Yeah.
David, go to you for this one.
Well, I didn't hear anything in the sidelines about an AIR worried about the FG. So maybe that's a misread on my part on what's getting ready to happen here. Maybe it's still cagey. Maybe there's still going to be some discussion between everyone about going after Austria, between Russia and Italy, with maybe Turkey as a junior partner. I mean, who knows what's going to happen here? But what I do know is that the FG really is working. It really is resolving. And so if they don't do something, now the real kicker here is going to be, what does Germany build? You cannot have a viable position as Germany with two fleets with a strong Russia and a strong France. That's just not viable. The only way that's viable is if all three of them are facing the other direction somehow and going east. And that is a very thin needle to try to thread as Germany. So if you don't build a fleet here, you're putting yourself in permanent underdog position versus the French. And you're also giving yourself no chance to have significant, quick offensive punch against the Russians if the Russians build in St. Pete, which I assume they're getting ready to. So there's a lot going on here, just a whole lot going on here.
Diplomatically, a fleet build for for Germany feels very difficult right here. Right? And, I wouldn't, this is a hard call for Max.
You got to build fleet keel and sell it to both sides that it's going the other way, just like he did in 1901.
So I want to talk about, I'm going to bang, I've got my theme of the show. I know what my theme of the show is. I'm going to bang on about it a little bit more. Unit concentrations. So if you look at Maaike's position right now, she's not building. Last year, she had Trieste and Romania, and she's given them up for Bulgaria and Constantinople. Now, I don't like it. I don't like it. And the reason it's happened is because Maaike's hadn't, maybe there was a tech issue, or maybe she had a lot on her shoulders. And I think what she maybe has done here, she's craved some certainty. She's rolled over to Mikalis, who's in her ear. She's rolled over to Brandan, who's a lovely man, right? And, I want to work with a lovely guy. And she's gone for the simple thing, which in diplomacy, we all know what that is. Just kill the witch, especially if the witch is out on the other side, right? I just crave a little bit more simplicity here. But she's invoked more complexity because Wes is, okay, he's now out, right? He's got very little play left, unfortunately, poor chap. Not sure he did anything wrong necessarily, but these things happen. And suddenly she's got two hungry powers and they've already taken a bite out of her. And Romania can see Trieste. Oh, hello. Oh, you're right there. And this unit concentration, more and more stuffed into a smaller space, invokes cannibalism within alliances. And all of Maaike's alliances right now are cannibal alliances. And I don't know if the sidelines seem to suggest it was a mistake or something to go to Taillet. It was supposed to go to Albania. Taillet is the only unit, in my opinion, that Maaike's got that is doing the thing that she needs everyone to do, which is what David is talking about. So if I'm Maaike, I've got my gong out and I'm going FG, 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 FG. Now, Mikalis has got his 5th, now he wants his 6th. And he knows what that is, that's Smyrna, right? So I actually think Mikalis got huge decisions, huge influence on what happens with the game now. Is he going to just give it up in the east and get the centers in the east and go west, or is he going to go? Oh, Romania's really near.
Hey, and Dan, this is the position Mikalis loves, and he has it because he's playing Italy and not Austria. Allows him to have all this control's too strong a word, but strong influence on the game. Exactly what he wanted.
I think Mikalis is going to look at this and see Russia as being the balance to the EG, and he's going to stay in the East.
You mean to the FG, but yeah.
Sorry, with the FG, yeah. And I think he's going to stay playing in the East. And I think this is going to be a wintergreen in our eye as the game goes on.
Yeah, I'm reading it the same way, Adam. Mikalis said in his interview that and this is something I learned today, which is great. Thank you, Mikalis, for some wisdom, that he will watch what is going on the other side of the board that I need to happen, and what is the power that is going to be able to do that, and how do I make sure that they're able to do that, and then I do everything I can to make that thing happen. That's how you play the opposite side of the board without having a single unit near it. Hey, I'm going to blow up Russia. I'm going to make them bigger, make them grow so that they can help stop the French and the Germans. And I don't have to put my units into Western Med and Lyon and try and take Iberia, which can take years and years and be very slow and difficult.
Let me call out one quick thing from early in the dip chat that Rob O'Brien said. That's Varmint, for those that know him online, for recent BlazeCon winner. Rob O'Brien said, I wonder if people are going to something like this. I wonder if people are going to underestimate Nicolas because of recency bias. That Nicolas' scary results, destruction of everyone on the board in past games was several years ago. That may be, it's great that Mikalis and all this stuff may be happening in the East and so forth and so on, and Max thinks he's in a decent position. You're letting Nicolas bloody Taillet get into this position? Gosh, that is threatening to the rest of the board. It's another reason why I think Max has got to build a fleet, to have any kind of equal relationship. I'm not sure he's going to, but I think it's going to be hard for him to have any equal relationship in this situation, either as foe or friend, and if he's only got 2 fleets.
Adam, do we see a fleet?
I didn't think he was going to, but gosh.
Ooh, whoa. Ooh.
Go, Dan.
Right, Dan.
So Brandan vacated St. Petersburg to build in it, right? Right? Wrong. The most anti-German build that Brandan can do right now is a fleet in St. Petersburg. North or south, doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Brandan cannot fight Germany now.
Mm-hmm.
Because he will lose Norway and St. Petersburg and Sweden. He can't do it. And so as a result, he's added to the force concentration in the south and east. Let's bang another one down there and see how we get on. Wow.
Mac building the army, maybe that was the right call, because how can you read the Army Berlin as anything other than Germany saying they're going to go east? I mean, it's either that or be static, and I hope that's not what Max is up to. But y'all see that? Go ahead.
Unpopular opinion, this is Max we're talking about. And this guy's creative with his moves.
That's true.
Right? So this is not a guy who's just going to put units down and just plod around. especially if it's not serving its purpose. And if you'd have asked me what the most ironclad, what the most watertight alliance is on this board, I would have said RG. So let's see. Let's find out.
Well, might we see Bohemia here?
Oh, you mean Germany going Silesia, Bohemia?
Munich, Bohemia.
Or Silesia, at least.
Munich, Bohemia, Berlin, Munich, something
Oh,
like
I
that.
see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Maybe that's what this is. But this is that little thin needle I was talking about earlier. If Germany's just going to have a front that's just that, that's a pretty thin front to fight on.
It's incredible for France. Incredible for France.
Yeah, it's really good for Nicolas and frankly, really good for Brandan.
All right, Adam, 1904.
All right, let's start with the West, which entails Nicolas taking Liverpool with support of the Germans, trying to actually successfully. Wow, they're getting support from the Germans into Liverpool and into Yorkshire. So this really raises questions. Okay, we're going to give France 2 centers. Germany, what are we getting next? I guess we're getting Belgium from it. Mm-hmm. So we're getting Belgium. They're getting the 2 English dots. What is happening next? So let's see what's happening in the East. There is a bounce in Vienna that may be arranged. Otherwise, Mikalis is taking Smyrna. Wes is supporting himself back to Ankara, but the rest of this looks arranged. But what I think what's meaningful is seeing Moscow go down to Ukraine, Livonia to Moscow. To Dan's point about concentrations of units, stuff is continuing to move south, not north or west.
It looks like Caden I think it was Caden that said in the chat that all this stuff was still RG cooperation, and that apparently is correct, at least for the spring turn.
Yeah.
I don't really like the bounce in Silesia thing. If you're going to build the army, do something with it.
I think Bohemia would have been really interesting here, right? It at least gives you a lot of people to talk to in the fall. All right, let's look at the fall turn. This is just the end for Noam. Thank you, Noam. We barely knew you. Otherwise, it looks like a bunch of arranged stuff. That 2-on-2 in Burgundy looks arranged. Berlin does go to Silesia, which is interesting here. But even the East looks really pretty much arranged stuff. I think Ionian to Tunis is certainly interesting.
He kind of had to do that because unless he was going to stick around and hit Greece or something, that fleet doesn't have anything left to do. There's nothing left in Turkey that a fleet can help with.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, imagine being Nicolas Taillet now. Imagine being him. What a day. What a happy day. Absolutely no enemies. No enemies. Got to build. Able to gift Belgium. You know, you have it. You have it. No problem, old bean. Because the next thing you're going to need to do is go away. Far, far away from Belgium. And I don't need to because I'm France. Oy. What a position. He's winning, right? France is winning by miles.
Yeah, and I actually love FG. It's one of my favorite alliances. But when you are France and you got your fleets all up in there, how fast can you really get them anywhere? Not that fast unless your next target's Germany. So if he's going to send those fleets into the mid and or around the Germans to hit the Russians, which is a thing that sometimes happens as well, it's going to take a while for all that to disengage even. Unless your next target is in fact Max. But there's got to be a next target, although Nicolas is capable of slow playing it from this point and not wanting to be an early leader. He's already a leader, but making it worse.
Shane Armstrong asking the question we're all going to keep our eye on. Great call out, Shane. Completely agree. David, to answer your question about the early leader, so that's one of the nuances on a top board format is that a lot of times players will be hesitant to kind of take an early lead because you are making yourself a target. Everybody else is going to try and nibble away at you on your edges and kind of coordinate together. But you know who is a player that tops 83% of the time this season? and has the largest centers above average power in this season, averaging 1.9, almost 2 full centers over the average player in 1904, and having 83.3% top share. Highest of all the players on this board is Nicolas Taillet. And Nicolas Taillet plays C Diplo. He's playing European style that is used to balance of power. This is a player who is not afraid to put on the gas and go for it. And that's what we're seeing here. He is sticking with his strength. He's playing aggressively. We're going to find out how the rest of the board reacts, because it could go either of those ways. And I think it's all going to come down to whether or not the East is going to be able to respond and get their act together.
I think the question is, what do France and Germany build here? And does Germany turn and kick Russia out of the north? And if that's the game plan, it's a lot longer for France to turn around and start sending stuff south against Italy than Nicolas might be happy about. So are they destined to fight here? And if so, why wasn't Max thinking about that before he put Nicolas into 2 new centers?
Well, you have to finish off England first, theoretically. I mean, it would have been hard for Max to do anything until now. But Max, of course, is keeping Russia on his side, at least up to now. He's got to go. I hope he knows he's got to go one direction or the other. If he really does try to thread that, Bohemia Tyrolia needle, that I don't see that turning out well. But I think we all agree that right now the question is not just what does Max do, is what does Nicolas do? That's really a big, and of course, Mikalis is thinking the same thing as the primary, target of Nicolas changing tack and going south. And he's got to build. Does he build Naples here and then put 2 fleets west and go to Piedmont? I mean, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see that from Mikalis in 1905.
Well, we're going to go to our sideline, and when we get back, we're going to play Who Do You Like? And we're going to play a game of predictions. We're going to predict which direction Mikalis goes, predict which direction Nicolas goes. And then everyone will get to laugh when they see the results and how wrong we are, but they can join along in Dip Chat as well. Let's get to our sidelines before we have those predictions.
I remember Noam being...
All right, here we go. Talking about 1904. Here's your sideline report. As we start talking in the spring negotiations, we can see Noam and Wes on the back foot. Ben, what are you hearing on the FG?
So they agree to split up the English centers in Belgium 2-2, as ends up playing out. And then there's a lot of discussion of what's going to happen next. Max wants Nicolas to dive into the Med with 3 fleets. Nicolas says he will attack Italy, but he's not sure if he wants to move that fast. And then it's just everyone trying to convince them to attack different people. Mikalis is trying to convince Max to go after France. Wes is trying to convince Nicolas to go after Mikalis. There's a general understanding in the East, both Maaike and Mikalis say at different times that they don't expect France to ever come into the Med. It's very much about what will be the next strategic move. Are they going to fight FG, or are they going to come across the line?
Peter, I think in the spring it dawned on everybody that the real alliance here seems to be France and Italy.
Well, there are 2 things still going on, which is one, is someone going to find a janitary deal? Wes definitely wants one. He's scrambling for one. He wants to be on 2, but I think he wants those 2 to be home centers, not Romania, which he is offered by Maaike. The other question is also what is going to happen later on. The East all seems to want Max to move against Nicolas, and Max has at least been giving them vibes that this might happen. We don't know if it's going to happen, but everyone's trying to make sure that Max is going to have an opportunity to move on Nicolas. That's the way that the East sees that they're going to win the game.
I think Micah's play here was to put, first of all, props to Wes, who said, hey, when I was down to 2 as Germany, I only had 1 home center. Now I've got 2, so I'm in a way better spot. He's keeping a good attitude. Micah's plan was to put Wes into Romania. As you can see here, she even put in the order, and have Brandan move down from Sev to Armenia, and Romania retreat to Sev, and then entrap the army and take it back. That was the overall grand idea here. It wasn't really to help Wes or in janissary role. But Wes was kind of non-committal anyways, even when Micah offered him this, because he didn't want to leave his home centers, just like you said. But the international man of mystery here is Brandan some bit. Like, I really decided this was the year I was going to spend a lot of time with Brandan and figure out what's going on. And I'm not sure, like, every conversation is exactly the same as any other conversation. It's cool. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? He reveals very little about what he wants to do. And even if things are going bad, he goes, that's fine. No problem. Easy times. What's the goss? I guess that's an Australian term. Never even heard that. This is all he does. He's vibing his way on this top board. He's playing his game. And as we head into the fall, what do we got here? We don't have the orders because they're on a break, but it sounds like everyone's afraid to make a move, and I suspect not much happened. What do you think, fellas, as we go to the fall? I mean, Max is pushing, obviously, Nicolas to go towards Italy.
Yeah, they had a long conversation about who to go after and what the alliance was on the other side. They eventually decided, France and Germany, they eventually decided to go after Italy and Germany, Italy and Russia, France was going to go after Italy and Germany was going to go after Russia. But then they got caught up in this cascading negotiation of Germany said they were going to build in Kiel. And then France said, oh, then I'll build an army instead of a fleet in Marseille. And then Germany said, then it won't move as quickly. And then they said, wait, what are we doing? Are we moving or not? So they're getting a little bit stuck on the specifics. And they're both being urged to attack each other by everyone in the East.
Because they're being attacked, that's why everyone, both France and Germany, is really worried about, are they stab-proof and can they do it? And are we going to go slow? And what are we going to build? I know what Peter would do. He wouldn't be venturing out. Am I right?
We're not really talking about what Peter would do.
Okay, but tell us what the East is doing in the fall before we take a break here.
Yeah, so your point, Ed, was quite pertinent with listening to that long conversation between Mikalis and Brandan. They discuss a few things, but there's no concrete tactics. A lot of vibes. No one seems to be willing to take the lead and say, let's make a supported attack on Budapest or Serbia. It's just that they're going to wait, be a bit slow, and not just sort of talk around what's going to happen. Maaike and I want to say just Maaike and Mikalis have a bit more of a concrete conversation. Maaike is nervous and brings that up, and in my opinion, quite reasonably, like asking Mikalis things like, why are you Ionian? But ultimately, she has faith that that's the correct alliance structure for her, at least for now. And let's see if that faith is repaid.
Couldn't agree more. Micah knows what's happening. It's not like she can't see what's happening, and she's trying diplomatically to try and stop it. We don't know. Ben?
Even though there's this understanding that I and F are not against each other, they're not talking. They're both sort of trying to figure things out. And from my read of it, Mikalis is trying to keep Nicolas away from him, and Nicolas is trying to set up a situation where he can at least limit Mikalis.
All right. Good game. Good 1904. We'll catch you back for 1905, and we'll see what happens.
I love this game so much. I love so many things about it. And this turn, this season says so much about why. We have the strategy. We've got tactical decisions that are going through. And most of all, we've got the diplomacy and the human nature aspect of this. Are nerves causing people to play too tight? Are people getting eyes that are bigger than their stomach and they're thinking too far ahead or not far enough? It's such a great turn, and that sideline, they're doing such a good job of giving us a picture as to what's going on. Dan, I'm going to go to you first on this one. There's lots and lots in this one. What stood out to you from that sideline report?
Yeah, what a fascinating time. And so much of the conversation goes around the way that people are weighing up decisions. They could go left or right. They could go against one or the other. They could, and the pressure to make a decision. And the more I heard about that, and the more I heard about somebody like Brandan going about in a very chill manner, right? And the calmness of someone like Mikalis against the sort of, slightly less calm, situation of Maaike, I suddenly came to realize that, yes, at the moment, what we're looking at is an IA and an FG, and both sets are friendly with Russia. That's the current alliance structure. But actually, the silent alliances on this board are the strongest and have been since the very start of the game. They're the ones with the effective DMZs. They're the ones allowing their participants to use every single one of their units on the front lines that are relevant to them. And those silent alliances are Italy, France, and Germany, Russia. And actually, those are the real alliance structures in this game right now, as I see it. And the certitudes could be in the minds of those people, and we've just seen a whole year of this play out in Germany and Russia. The reason why these people can play in such a chill manner is that RG know they are tight, and then FI know they are tight. So the question for me is not whether France and Germany will break up or whether Italy or that's not the question. The question is, will FI break up? And will GR break up? Those are the questions. And I think my bet is that they will not. And that is the real alliance structure.
I think Dan Lester is almost always right. And here he is totally right. And I would just make a hood corollary to that Lester theorem, which is the FI is actually way more common than the GR. It's actually extremely common for FI just to decide to leave each other alone. They don't have to actively work with each other, unlike the GR, who kind of actively have to work with each other to make this work. FI can mostly just leave each other alone. And the way to do that here would be for France to turn on Germany, which is a very common thing to do in this scenario, and for Italy to work with Russia against the Austrians. Very common scenario in this situation. The question is that common scenario what happens? Now, it's a lot easier for that to happen if the other people let it happen. If Max doesn't think it's happening, if Max doesn't prepare for the fact that it's happening. So his build here is really important.
It's so hard to see Germany building anything other than Fleet Kiel here. I just really wonder what France is going to put down.
I would have done it, as you guys know, I would have done it last turn. I would have built the fleet last turn and then go ahead and sell it to one side or the other and go, because I don't want to wait until 1905 to make the move. As Germany, I actually wanted to be able to make my move one way or the direction in fall of 04.
Yeah.
But now that we're in the situation, he's already got the Army Munich. I agree. I think you've got to do Fleet Kiel. Whether you are going to go against Russia or England, France, I think you just got to do it.
All right.
Now, I'm not sure we're going to see it, though. I actually predict we're going to see an army, because I think Max is going to think that he's friendly with both and he's going to go east. But
what can he do with an army at this point, right? What can he do with it?
That needle is really, really thin. You can't even get the thread in it.
Well, it is time for our first Who Do You Like? Told you we're going to make some predictions. So we're going to go to each of you. I want each of you to pick the one power that you'd like to be. Preferably, you can make an argument for one that someone else has not said, but if there's an overwhelming favorite and you feel passionately, that's okay as well. And then what I want you to do is when you pick your power, what is their next step? If you were stepping into this game, how would you take that power and win this board in this 1916 game? So lots of potential years remaining. Dan Lester, I'm going to start with you.
I've played France terribly, but I already called out that I think Nicolas is winning. So of course I want to be him, and I want to hit Germany with everything, and also things I haven't got, like Italian bits and Austrian bits if I can get them. And I need to negotiate this Russian. Russia is only going to get stronger in the north, so if I'm going to hit Germany, I have to do it now because Russia, the friendly Russia, is important to Germany. The key is going to be to keep Mikalis comfortable with the fact that the embodiment of Nicolas Taillet, is going to win the game now. Yeah.
Adam?
Well, it's hard to argue with everything that Dan just said, but I'm going to pick Brandan, Austin's Russia, from this position. I think that he's going to benefit from the attention that's about to be drawn on Nicolas Taillet. I think his position in the South, he's got friends on all sides of the boards, and I think he's going to be able to win the hearts and minds for the long game of this game and ultimately be able to pull it off.
There is a lot to be said for what both of you have argued. If F and R hit G, which I think is entirely possible here at some point, and if I and R hit A, which I think is entirely possible here, do you know the common denominator R is in both of those? So there is a lot to be said for what, but on the other hand, if Brandan doesn't do that, Nicolas is really in good shape. Well, he's in good shape either way. I'm therefore going to make an argument for Mikalis, because I was asked to make an argument, and Mikalis was my pick from the beginning. There is no reason why this could not be a Mikalis Kamaritis winning game. If he's able to get plenty of centers in the East and build up a defense, or at least get the jump on Nicolas in the Mediterranean, or maybe Nicolas gets entangled in a war with Germany, which is fine with Mikalis, gives him more time to do what he needs to do in conjunction with Brandan. And then Mikalis maybe either gets the edge in the East or gets the jump on Nicolas in the West, or both. So I'm going with Mikalis Kamaritis. Nobody has a better sense for strategic timing than he does, in my opinion, currently playing in the hobby. And certainly I think he can use that skill in this situation to come out on top.
Well, this edition of Who Do You Like was brought by Like and Subscribe. If you liked this broadcast, give it a thumbs up, and don't blame me for that weak transition. Turning it back to the game, for me, the pivot point that I'm going to be watching is Brandan Austin's Russia. When I was doing my research for all of these players and trying to build out some storylines in preparation for today's broadcast, I tried to come up with little taglines for each player, kind of inspired by your Hood's hints, David. As some of you know, I grew up in Texas and lived most of my life, my childhood and teen years in Austin, Texas. And they've got a motto called "Keep Austin Weird." And that's my tagline for Brandan Austin. He loves a non-traditional game. He loves a game where other people get frustrated and then he can respond to that. And this has got a potential to break that way, but it also has the potential to be a very traditional and typical way game. So will the game break for Brandan in a weird way that he's able to respond to, or will he be the one that's responding to a traditional game? That's going to be kind of what I've got my eye on for this next phase of the game. This is such a pivotal turn. So we've got three powers tied for the top with 7 centers right now. And let's go in looking at these adjustments. Adam, you made the strongest reaction with your face, so I'll throw it to you.
I'm just looking at that army in Kiel and just thinking about what that's going to do. Max has got a plan. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Max is going to stab, and Nikolai's not. That's what I think is going to happen.
You think Kiel's going to Ruhr?
I do. I think Max. I think like I said, the RG is strong. Is stronger than the FI.
Canberra players sticking together. David Hood, what do we see in 1905?
We see Germany instead turning on Norway. And that army was apparently a feint. If he built a fleet, maybe that was going to spook the Russians. So he built an army to go to Denmark and then go to Kiel to take both. So, wow. But you know what also happens? Nicolas goes to Clyde, and Nicolas goes to York, and Nicolas takes Belgium, and Nicolas goes to Wales, and Nicolas is actually the one that is stabbing in the FG, which is exactly what I was worried about. Yep. And exactly what I would have been worried about as Max, because that's the most likely move to help Nicolas. He wasn't even in a position to really go to the south. And as it turns out, Italy also doesn't go west. So this is exactly what I was just predicting, which is anyway, that's enough said about that. On the east, we actually don't see an immediate anything from Italy because he wasn't in a position to do it. We're actually seeing Eastern Med, which is an attempt to back off of Maaike. That's an attempt to show Maaike, hey, I'm just over here defending Smyrna. I can't do anything from here. I don't have 2 fleets on Greece. So you go defend against Brandan. He's attacking you, and I'm not going to help him. I'm going to help you. I'm going to Bohemia. See, that'll help you. And that might all be true, or it might be that in the fall we're going to see wintergreen cooperation against one of the Austrian centers. We shall see.
Goodness gracious, the move to Bohemia here. If I'm Maaike, I don't know. I just have other people's units all around Austria. This has not gotten any better for me.
Well, Eastern Aegean to Eastern is supposed to make you feel good about this.
Why is it going to Eastern? Why does Italy need a unit in Eastern here?
It is simply a way to back off of Austria, is the theory.
Yeah.
So what did I say, guys, when I picked Nicolas? I say...
No, I wasn't listening, Dan. Could you...
I'll say it again. What I would do is I would hit Max with absolutely everything that I've got, every single thing that I've got, and hope he doesn't notice. And then I'm going to spend all my time trying to make sure that Mikalis is okay with this and is going to maintain our FI passive alliance, and he's going to be okay with me winning the game. And that's what we're looking at here. That's what's happened in spring 1905. And Brandan's problem is that unit concentration that we talked about before. Because Brandan's next center is somewhere in that massive unit concentration. Whereas Max has looked at those three juicy centers up in the north and gone, they're all empty and luscious, and I can have the three quicker than France can have anything. And it's, happy days and, sunshine, lollipops and roses. But Nicolas can see that too. Everyone can see that. So now my question is what's going to happen? Max is going to go to Brandan and say, I'm so sorry, fellow Australian who was my best friend until 1 second ago and I made a terrible mistake. Can we patch it up together and put the RG back together to at least do something against France? So
I think he'll actually say, I'm sorry, but I still have to take Norway and Sweden because otherwise I'm totally screwed. I think that's what he's going to say to Brandan. And Brandan might have to accept that because I think it's true. I think that Max has to do that so that he doesn't remove any more units from the
Gosh, what a terrible German position to fight France when you have armies in Norway and Sweden.
And honestly, guys, I'm telling you, an army in Silesia that shouldn't be there. A, it shouldn't exist because there should have been a fleet built in 2004. And B, when it was built as an army, don't go over there and just not really even do anything with it.
So the question now is, does this force Mikalis to send a whole lot of stuff west? I mean, he doesn't get centers that way, but does he have to do it just to slow Nicolas down? I mean, how else is anyone still in this game at this point?
Send west what? He goes to Western Med, which Spain's going to bounce.
Yeah,
so
Tyrrhenian Sea, Ionian, and right. But you're right. You're right.
He can't even go. His response is going to have to be, I need centers right now. I got to get centers quickly in the east, which is why the move from the Aegean is actually unfortunate for him. So he's got to get centers quickly.
You're right. And if you're Mikalis, it's going to be very much on your mind that you're slow because Maaike didn't agree to give you that center way back in 2002. And they wasted that whole year getting that center, which means you're a whole year behind, which means you're a whole year behind being able to go do anything against France. So that's going to be on your mind. And if you're Nicolas, you're working on this and you say, Mikalis, just let it happen.
But on the flip side, why did Aegean move to East Med? Why last turn? That was the turn. Like, we all saw what was coming in France. We saw it. Mikalis had a chance to respond to that, and instead of going west, he kept his units in the east. So this tempo problem is his choice.
If Mikalis was here, he would say, what am I, the global policeman? So I'm going to go and stand on this line. I'm going to put up some sawhorses and a siren, and I'm going to say, you're a very naughty France. And my job is to make sure you don't win as quickly as maybe you would do otherwise and then do absolutely nothing for the rest of the game. Like, it's not his job. Yeah, okay. That. What Katie says.
First of all, I'm actually a world's policeman kind of guy, and I think that sometimes it is the responsibility of those who can do something about things to do them because the world doesn't have any other police force. So I actually do think that Mikalis needs to think that way. I think it's too late to think that way. Sometimes F and I, the way they arrange their relationship is just to leave each other alone and race. Let's see whether you get the West centers faster than I get the Eastern centers. And then we'll fight in the end game to see who wins. But that is a thing that's been a traditional way that F and I have done their relationship for decades in the diplomacy hobby. Maybe that is what Mikalis is thinking here. But at this point, I don't think he has another option because the police are too far away. Police are on, on the other side of the world. And they can't get there fast enough. You're going to have to take some centers to build units to A, keep up with Nicolas, and B, move them against Nicolas at the right time. So there's a lot of timing here that can still work out. Obviously, everybody else on this board knows exactly what's happening here with Nicolas getting ready to go explode. So everybody knows that, and how they respond to that is going to be a very interesting question. And it's just like when you see a Western triple coming in the East. Do I stop what I'm doing and run to the West, or do I kill the people where I'm doing to get the builds to then build units on the West, to the Western side? That's the same question that's now facing the East here. Is how do they respond to this? And do they respond by killing each other quickly to get the builds, or do they respond by going away from each other? We'll see.
I would encourage all of our viewers that have not seen it, watch the DBNI 2023 championship game. There's a lot of similarities, as a few of our viewers have already pointed out, but I do especially want to highlight the difference between how Mikalis and Brandan handled their relationship with France. And I think that is significant at this point in the game. Don't know, it's 1905 in a 1916 game. There's so many directions this game can go, but France is definitely in a stronger position in this game when compared to that one. David, what are we looking at?
What are we looking at? We're looking at the Germans do pull away from Russia instead of going ahead and taking the centers, which is totally a reasonable choice too. Do we look at, is there anything else here that is frankly surprising? There is no fighting in the East, but Italy does go to the Aegean. Now this, yes, what you're saying is we've got the convoy to get the armies back, which is all very smart tactical moves. He still lost 2 centers, so it's going to be tough here. But Italy doesn't go to Tyrrhenian, knowing that there's going to be a bounce. Doesn't go to Tyrrhenian, goes to Tunis, knowing there's going to be a bounce. So then all that looks arranged. The Bohemia to Tyrolia with support is a little bit hard to read, except maybe as a potential redeployment to the west, which it could be. But Ionian to Tyrrhenian is intended as, again, to speak of love letters, it's intended to be a love letter from Mikalis to Nicolas. I'm not coming that fast. So go do what you need to do. And Eastern doesn't go to Ionian and Ionian to Tyrrhenian. Eastern goes to Aegean, which again makes it look like I'm going to stay over here and get my centers. And I can hit Vienna from Tyrolia just like I can hit it from Bohemia. So I think that's the choice that Mikalis is making, but I guess we shall find out. No choice was made in the fall of 1905 in the East. Really no choice.
It seems like Mikalis has made the choice. Mikalis has made a choice, and I think his choice is to let GR fight France while he continues to play in the East and hopefully tries to get some dots off of that side. And he's going to be probably diplomating with Brandan to say, give me some Austrian dots, otherwise I can't send anything over there.
Now, wait a minute. Max. He's taking Edinburgh with support. Go to North Atlantic here. Let that fleet from Barents get to the Norwegian. That's potentially a major tactical boo-boo right there.
Yeah, agree. Because you could have Barents in behind then. Yeah. And it's just more material. And you've got to try and decompress that East and put some pressure on France in the West. Now, look, okay, France is in great shape. But... the alarm's gone off, and if you're France, what did I say you had to do again? Remind me. Oh yeah, hit Germany with everything you've got, and persuade Mikalis that he is okay with you getting really, really big and maybe winning the game. That's what's happening. That's what Nicolas is doing. He will be, and Mikalis, like you say, he's the one with all the big decisions to make. Spare a thought for poor Maaike. Remember that season where she went from having Trieste and Romania and Turkey was alive and then she exchanged those two for happy neighbours, and she got Bulgaria and Constantinople out of it. Her position is identical. Identical now. They haven't even managed to finish off Turkey. So I think that was, we called it out at the time, and I think now she's like, what can Maaike do in this game? Has she got anything? Has she got something? We keep talking about what Mikalis can do. We keep talking about what Brandan can do. What can Maaike do? Genuine question.
Bohemia, the same little threading the deal. The only thing Maaike can do is send one army to help into Bohemia and then maybe support Munich or something. There's not much Maaike can do except potentially be a dot farm, which is exactly possibly what needs to happen here between the Russians and the Italians. So figure out some way to divide that up, get the builds, and use that to prevent Nicolas from winning this game.
Well, I think in the words of Jake Lloyd, now this is pod racing. We've got a race going on between Mikalis and Nicolas for this game. Brandan's still got a chance. It's a long game. We've seen some big changes based off what we like during our semifinals, where the early leaders did not end up on top. But right now, that's the momentum we've got as we go into winter of 05. Let's find out if the rest of the board is reading it the same way by checking in on our sideline.
The conversation.
Okay, well, here we are, sideline for 1905. We've got Ben and Peter. What's going on in the West? Everyone's nervous. And you saw Nicolas and Max just talking and trying to figure out what the other's doing.
Yeah, the big question is what's going to happen next here. And obviously, Max has a pretty good attack on Scandinavia that Nicolas wants him to take. So they agree that Max is going to go for it. He's going to pick up Norway and Sweden. And after they've agreed to the tactics, Nicolas goes, okay, so you're going to go up 2. So can we balance? Can I get one of those? And then things get a little bit tense. And they sort of end up skirting it and saying, we'll talk about it again next year. But Nicolas wanted that build, and Max does not agree to it this year.
Peter, very awkward in the East where there was this 3- and 4-way conversations going on, which people were worried about would just make the FGB closer.
Yeah, there's a big question on this board, which is why is there not a wintergreen? When those two powers talk together, Mikalis is pushing back on the idea of blasting Maaike completely off the board. At one point, Brandan does say to Mikalis, let's gut her and make me big instead, after Mikalis says something about him not wanting to get too big. One of the moves that's coming up a lot in spring 1905 is Germany moving Silesia into Bohemia. So Germany has told Russia that he's doing that, but he's also told Austria, I believe, that he's not doing that.
Which has, that forces Mikalis to think about that. Nicolas is very worried about getting stabbed. He's just saying, I'm worried about I'm getting stabbed. I'm worried that I'm getting stabbed. But he's telling Mikalis he has nothing to worry about. He's telling Max, go to the north, but you're going to get 1 or 2, and can I have 1? And Max is like, well, I'm not sure, so no. So that kind of bothered Nico a little bit, and I think that's going to be the excuse, at least, that Nikolai uses for this move here. But fall 1905, fellas, was the aftermath of the stab. That was the whole conversation.
Yeah, Max had said the past turn, I think this is going to be a defining turn, to Nicolas. And Nicolas said, I hate you saying that. And I wonder if that spooked him at all, because this happens. Then Nicolas goes to Max and says, I know these aren't the moves that you expected. He's very level-headed all the time, even in this situation. So they talk about it, though, and they try to get back on the same page. And Max desperately wants either Brandan or Nicolas back on the same page, but he doesn't seem to trust Nicolas very much. But they agree that Nicolas will just take Belgium and not any more in the next turn.
They do agree to that, but Max is telling everyone else he's attacking. He's got Brandan damage to do. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, a lot of the other players are now talking about how to stop Nicolas, whether or not they need to keep Brandan alive, whether the Brandan is a part of the problem. One thing that is clear at the end is that Mikalis and
one other thing that happens here is as Max tries to get Brandan back on side, Brandan is very concerned with not losing Norway. So Max makes some agreements about convoying out of Norway.
Yeah, I think Max is prioritizing, and he's telling everyone his relationship with Brandan, trying to replace it. Brandan thought he was going to go down 2 or 3. Turns out in the fall he goes down 0. Mikalis is saying he's going to fight Nicolas, and everyone's got to rally against Nicolas, but he's more suggesting moves to Max. What should do? Max didn't do all the moves that was talked about. But anything more to add, Peter, in the fall before we wrap it up?
Sorry for running away there. I forgot to mute myself, death myself in Discord. It's clear at the end that Mikalis and Nicolas, everything is still agreed. They've agreed on the bouncing Western Mediterranean, and they've agreed that Ionian will not come west.
And they had a good conversation earlier. Yeah, just everything's good conversation.
We'll be very curious about the builds because I think Mikalis expected Edinburgh to be braced, and it wasn't. So what happens next, we don't know, but thank you for our intrepid sideline report. We'll see you in 1906.
And thank you to our sideline reporters. I love that Peter had to go rush and turn that off real quick, because that does give our viewers a taste of what it's like to be on the sideline at a DBN Invitational event. It's an incredibly stressful and fast-paced thing. If you've never done it, imagine trying to speed read an entire game, listen to all the conversation, and then rush together, compile your notes, put together coherent thoughts for all of us to listen to, and then rush back so you don't miss anything. It's very stressful, lots of fun, and just thank you again to our team. Adam, I'm going to go to you on this one. What stood out from those sideline negotiations? Anything unexpected?
Well, what's always interesting is how the conversations go after a stab, and especially after you've stabbed somebody and somebody's stabbed you the same turn. And it was really interesting to see how Max responded in both of those cases. But I mean, ultimately, the fact that Italy and France are still completely copacetic in spite of the fact that France is 3 centers ahead of Italy, which is no small amount for this part of the mid game, with really not much in the way of enemies that can do anything about them. I think that really stands out to me.
One thing that I should talk about, I think, or one of us should talk about, is the bracing comment that we heard in the sidelines. What for those learning the game, what they were talking about was North Sea to Edinburgh with support of Norwegian. To brace, that means bounce. I think that's what they were talking about. Bouncing the French to make sure the French didn't get in. The risk, the only risk of that was North Sea going to Edinburgh and letting English Channel into the North Sea if the French just decided to let that happen. But this was the reason this choice was made instead of that bracing was to get that army out of Norway down to Holland, which, as you guys know, because I would not have prioritized that. I would have gone to Brandan and said, I got to keep Norway. Yes, you're going to have to lose a center because I'm on the front line. And plus, I need to brace Edinburgh so I don't lose another center. So that's the discussion that needed to take place. And Brandan insisting, it sounds like, on the army leaving Norway is actually really bad for defending against Nicolas.
And I think the response from Brandan could have been, all right, tell you what, do your brace, go to Finland, and then pull it.
That was the other option. But and yes, that's exactly right. I would have been pushing Max. Let me keep Norway. I desperately need it. You don't desperately need it. Yeah.
All right, we got a switch.
And if I were Brandan, I would have said yes. If I were Brandan, I would have said yes to that pitch.
So we got Nicolas taking 2 off of Max. Dan, what's your take on these adjustments? If you're Max, what are you pulling? How do you can you even make something positive out of this situation?
So, I mean, absolutely 100%. You're now, there's a part of you in your mind that thinks you're not going to win this game. And I know that's a kind of crazy thing to say, but don't forget this is a top board type situation. So everyone still has it in their mind that they can win. And then there's your core inflection point comes, in a mental state when you realize that you cannot, or you decide that you cannot. That morale failure, that snapping that happens inside your brain affects the game colossally. And if Max has decided that he cannot win, and his sort of supplication to Brandan which is what I would probably have done and what I thought he would do. I think maybe David was right, and it might have been better if he'd just pressed on and taken those Norway and Sweden, because then, anyway, I think he's going to disband in Russia's favour. I think he could very well take off both armies, invite the Russian armies in behind, and say, that's, I think he could. I don't know if that's what's best for him. I think what might be best for him is to disband Norwegian and Silesia, because that's tight, and he's very tight then. Because the thing is, you see, what's France going to take next? Realistically, it might be Norway after a while. And you kind of need to encourage that to be the case if you're Germany, in my opinion.
Rob O'Brien makes a great comment. I missed this move, but this would have been the best move of all, which would have been Norway convoyed to Edinburgh. And then this would have been what RNG should have figured out. And then you keep the army of Norway to get the to get the lesser of the disbands for Germany. You do all that, and then you don't risk the French leaking into the North Sea, because they can't, because that's the convoying unit. Rob, that's exactly right. And I missed that move.
Okay, winner of 1905. We see Kiel and Silesia, so similar to what you were calling out, Dan. We get Fleet Brest and Army Paris from Nicolas Taillet. So we go into spring of 06 with Nicolas Taillet being the leader with a 9-center France, 2 centers above the closest rival, Brandan Austin in Russia. Adam, this one's you.
You're on
Adam,
mute.
In true DBN fashion, you're keeping the tradition alive.
Sorry about that. All right, so we have Norwegian going to Clyde, bouncing the Norwegian between Russia and France. We have France taking the North Sea, so their moves are guaranteed to take it, with Edinburgh cutting the Norwegian and then having a supported attack on the North Sea. Interesting to note that they take it from London, not from English Channel, which means Brest goes to the mid-Atlantic, not to following into the English Channel. So Nicolas, again, building maximal flexibility for himself. He also walks into Ruhr with Belgium going into Burgundy, so I think that's an odd choice, but I'll let somebody else comment on it. Tyrolia drops down to Piedmont. Now Mikalis is starting to go west, are they taking Caen here? Can't tell what Bulgaria is doing, but it looks like they're actually taking Caen from Smyrna. Brandan is now setting up units around Germany. It looks like there's a little bit of a get Maaike to move out of position so that we can walk into the dots kind of thing going on here between Russia and Italy.
Yeah, so that's a swap C in the east. They're doing little dipsy-do.
It's a convoy. It's a convoy swap. It's a convoy swap to take Ankara. Okay.
To get to Ankara, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh boy!
So
losing Ruhr there was really not great. I'm not sure there's anything great that could have happened, but losing Ruhr there is not great in a spring turn.
It's a good guess by Nicolas. He does have to. I guess he has no issues retaking Belgium if that's what he wants to do.
And if
Belgium can't be defended. Belgium cannot be defended. I mean,
what's going on with Vienna? What's the deal there? Sorry.
Trieste walked into Vienna.
It's a switch, right, for Austria taking Smyrna.
Oh, he might walk out again.
Well, Austria definitely shouldn't be building here. That would not be the right answer. So, assuming that's a switch, that's a trade, and then Italy gets Ankara, or maybe Russia. I don't know. Somebody gets Ankara, and they build it.
Putting yourself in Maaike's shoes here is, in what world is this good for you? I mean,
Nicolas doesn't run out to a 12 or 13 lead.
But the reality is, if you're putting yourself in a position to have no way of winning, why do you care whether Nicolas runs? I mean, isn't Micah's pitch here to Mikalis saying, like, you know what? Like, I don't care. If you're not going to do anything about Nicolas, I can't win. You can't win. So you need to put me in a position to have a chance in this game. And this type of distribution of Austrian centers is not going to be ever putting Mike in a position to come out later in the game.
I will quote one of my favorite fictional characters of all time, Edgar Rice Burroughs' John Carter of Mars, who said, if there's life, there's hope. And as long as I'm alive, there is hope. If Micah doesn't say yes to this, Micah doesn't live. Micah has no hope. So I think Micah has made the decision that I have to go along with this. There's really no real choice. Either I guarantee that I'm not going to win by not helping these people stop Nicolas, or so that's a guaranteed I'm not going to win because Nicolas is going to win. But at least this way, there's some hope that she can figure out some way. And if anybody can do it, it's her. Figure out some way to come back in this game with some opportunity here if Russia and Italy let her live long enough to have that opportunity. So at least if there's life, there's hope.
So, David, I'll give you this. So you're saying there's a chance for a back-to-back miracle game from West Ketchum.
I don't think so, but honestly, we did see something like this in the last 3 years where Turkey was down to 1. I can't remember the exact context. I think it was a VDL game. Turkey was down to 1 and came back. It didn't top the board, but they came back to a legitimate position because everybody had to leave. There was something going on in the West where they all had to leave. Now that's not going to happen here because they've got a position to kill him. So no, I'm not talking about Wesley Ketchum, although Wes, you impressed us so much in your first round game that I don't want to ever underestimate you again, and I won't. But I don't think you're going to come back in this game.
All right, Adam, fall of 1906.
And I was wrong because he doesn't get killed.
Yeah, so they opt to actually destroy Micah's army in Smyrna rather than kill Wes here. That is a curious decision here. But otherwise, nothing funky happens over there. But here, we're now putting Russia into Munich. Belgium is retaken. Holland is taken. And this is looking very good for Nicolas because he's going to be building one while, he does now have all of these Italian units coming his way, but he should be in a pretty reasonable position to defend. What will be interesting is whether Max keeps the army that just retreated into Burgundy, which could be pretty annoying for Nicolas.
So can we talk for a second about how brilliant Nicolas is?
Do we have to? Do we have to?
Like, this is, I've got to be honest and know him, personally, and I haven't done any of his games before in this regard. This is absolutely superb.
Spectacular.
Like, and maintaining so much attack surface all the time in the places where it needs to be, handling his units with such, aplomb, so deftly. Maximum respect, because this isn't easy, and it talks about Max getting guesses wrong, but it's kind of Nicolas getting them right. Meanwhile, I think Brandan's moves are interesting. I already criticised him once in this game, so I'm going to criticise him again. I mean, we know now why he attacked Noam at the beginning, and because he felt like the GR was stronger and more beneficial than keeping England alive to slow down the West. Okay, that seems to have fucked up. Is Max not now maybe Max is not in the position where he's being super friendly to Brandan and saying, you can have it all, just let me live for a little longer. But the decision to kind of forcibly dislodge Munich and not go to Norwegian seems like all is not well in the paradise of GR. And I wonder if this is, I don't know. Maybe this is in the interest of getting that AR going and getting the air up and running, right? Because that's what the belief set here. It's working with Austria in the north, but also for some reason keeping Turkey alive in the south, and that's why they've done the things that they've done down there. By the way, and not gone to kill Turkey because Russia said, no, you don't. And in fact, that anchor is mine. So if we're ever going to have an air and not lose.
Yeah, I did. Barents absolutely should have gone to Norwegian there. There's no question about it in my mind. And Turkey should have been killed there. There's no question in my mind. This killing the Austrian army that Maaike has doesn't do anything of value. You needed to go ahead and get that other build. It doesn't matter whether you give it to I mean, maybe give it to Maaike. I mean, I don't know, something. But don't do this. This is really Brandan trying to keep his options open, I assume. And that is maybe he's going to come out ahead here and we're all wrong, but it's not because he's a good player. But it's not the decision that I would have made here. I'm not sure. I mean, keeping Wes around is only because you might want to use his fleet for shenanigans purposes against your eastern neighbors.
All right, well, let's get to our sideline, learn a little bit more. Once again, this should be another juicy one. Here's go to our sideline reporters for the year of 1906.
All right, here we are for 1906. What's going to happen? What has happened? Ben, you talk about, there's no sides anymore. Tell us what you heard.
Yeah, so Mikalis and Nicolas are talking, and they're trying to stay on the same page, but Mikalis is sending something to the west. Nicolas asked if it's 1 or 2. Mikalis says just 1.
I mean, Ionian and Tyrrhenian and Tyrolean.
Ionian or Tyrolia. One of the two is going to go west. He ended up sending both when he said he would only send 1. Brandan agrees. Oh, Brandan wants to go to black and help West take Khan, but West is going to take it because it's the only offer, but he really wants Maaike and Brandan working together. But it seems that trust is broken. At least that's what Brandan's saying.
All right, and in the east, we got the convoy swap here that we see. What happened, Peter? Or wherever you heard.
Well, I've got a few things. I mean, I actually think that France and Russia was maybe the big conversation here. So Nicolas was trying to sell Russia on carving Germany up, pointing out the threat that the Austria-Italian alliance is still there. It's going to be there forever, and it's us against those two. So Germany's the bait to get some dots, and let's see if Brandan is going to come in on that at some point. Maybe not now. Austria and Russia, yeah, there's a big question. Can they repair their relationship? Who knows? They're trying, but they're not really getting anywhere yet. Meanwhile, Austria and Italy, they have a plan, and Mikalis is moving to Vienna with agreement.
The idea was, in case Brandan didn't keep his word and go to Silesia, but this is a great deal for Mikalis, obviously. So this was agreed, but he said he'd walk out. They agreed on this convoy swap. And now the big question as we move to the fall, folks, at least in the east, what I heard is Mikalis is hoping to get 2 builds here, but he certainly wants 1. Maaike doesn't want to give him a build at all, but Maaike doesn't want to attack Turkey. She won't agree to go to Ankara. They're talking about Munich and supporting Brandan in, and that was quite a bit of a struggle. But the argument was he'd build a northern fleet. As we look at the map here, this is going to be a little shock to Maaike that Smyrna got taken. That was not part of the deal, but Mikalis did walk out of Vienna like he promised. What did you guys hear on your end?
So Mikalis wanted Maaike into Ankara and to walk out of Vienna so that they each got one. Wes really wanted Maaike and Brandan together, and Maaike tells Wes why she won't turn on Mikalis. She gives 3 reasons. Mikalis is the type of player who punishes stabs. Brandan has been lying to her all game, and Mikalis is her friend who she works together with. And it seems that she's just hitched on working with Mikalis for some period of time. There's no thought about switching right now.
Okay, Peter, your thoughts on the fall negotiations?
There was an attempt there by Maaike to convince Mikalis to cut Black Sea, but obviously we see that attempt did not work. Mikalis was still interested in giving Brandan the idea of building a fleet up north. I'm a little surprised to see that fleet in Ankara is still there. No one can decide who gets that dot.
And I can tell you just the vibes, right? You're seeing Brandan get a little more nervous than he normally is. You know, we see he's walking a tightrope. Nicolas pretty disappointed in Mikalis here. He's kind of playing shy, thinking there's going to be issues. with Mikalis saying he can't win. Mikalis is playing the old wizened veteran. People are all coming to him for advice, Max, Brandan, Maaike, and he's being very helpful. He's telling everybody what he thinks they should do. Meanwhile, always pointing out that Nicolas is this huge threat and he's moving on him and all the rest. So this interesting, curious dynamic here. Okay, anything to add before we go, folks?
At the very end, Mikalis and Nicolas are talking, and Nicolas asks Mikalis what he's going to do. Mikalis says he can't change anything, and he can't tell him right now. And Nicolas called him out. He said, that's an excuse. You're saying it's too late to change anything. So I think that conversation is breaking down for the first time, and you can see in the moves.
It was with 15 seconds to go. All right. There we go. That's it for 1906. We'll be back in 1907. This game feels like it's like 1912, to be honest with you, but we'll be back.
Yeah, I agree with Ed's last comment there. This game does feel pretty progressed for a top board format in 1906 going into 97. These are a lot of times people will play slow, and I think that the pace that Nicolas Taillet took early in this game forced the rest of the board to also turn up tempo to keep pace, and that's why we're seeing this movement. David, I think it's your turn. What was your main takeaway from these sideline reports?
Maaike, I talked about you being the one being killed a lot. That's why I called you Kenny. Why would you not want to kill Wesley Ketchum's fleet? That doesn't make any sense to me. Now, maybe it's because you knew it wasn't going to work because Brandan was going to support it from Black Sea, but that just doesn't make any sense to me. She should want that fleet over so that there's now no reason for the Italian fleets to still be over there, so that they can leave. I mean, you can de-escalate somehow or set up some kind of line. So that is confusing to me. Now, maybe what Adam was saying earlier, that Maaike doesn't see much reason to be completely complicit with all of this running to the line business because it's not going to help her. Maybe that's the way she thinks about it. But goodness, it is 4-alarm fire time here with France being where they are. And the reason the pace has moved much more quickly than a normal Nicolas game would be, or a normal top board game would be, is because he's just had such success. He couldn't help it.
Adam, what are we seeing for your predictions for the adjustments in the West? So Germany and France.
I think Army Marseille for France. I think that there's a lot. It really depends on who Germany wants to punish the most. It's one pull. I think Burgundy stays. I think it's probably Clyde going, but it also, I mean, it could be Denmark, but I think it's probably Clyde.
And Dan in the East.
Yes, well, Brandan will presumably, having vacated St. Petersburg again, actually building it this time. He's got he's got a really nice position right now. So I don't think he wants to scare the horses in the south with Warsaw or Sebastopol or anything like that.
What unit are you putting down if you're building in St. Pete near Brandan?
Well, Brandan likes armies, but he has to build a fleet because otherwise, this thing about France, like if you can get all of those fleets off in the north, then it doesn't really matter what happens anywhere else because you've got it, you've got it wrapped up. So he's going to St. Pete North Coast, I guess.
Yeah, I think if we don't see Fleet St. Pete North Coast, that is a gift to Nicolas Taillet that could be a game-winning non-build. Just count the fleets. Like, I mean, yeah, Mikalis is going over there, but there's 3 fleets. If we get a disband from Germany, that means there's just 2 fleets. Like, just based on sheer numbers alone, nothing else. There's got to be something to slow that down, or all of Scandinavia will be French within a few years.
Hey, I don't know if you guys already said this and I missed it. So Marseille is now going to get taken?
It could be. It could be.
With the Germans. with the Germans.
Yeah, it certainly could be. That's why I think that the build has got to be an army, not a fleet, right? So that you can retreat to Gascony if they do go out and take it.
All right, winner of 1906. We do get the fleet in St. Pete, North Coast. We do get the army in Marseille. We get the fleet
cold. Wow.
in Naples and Burgundy. That was not what I expected.
Yeah, so that's what we were talking about, right? The Munich thing, taking Munich instead of Berlin, not moving to Norwegian Sea. Like, you know, I'll Janissary for you, will you? Well, I'll just take some bits, take whatever it is that I feel is more expedient to me. It means that you don't get these ancillary benefits like Burgundy. And Nicolas' diplomacy will have been at work here. Oh yeah.
All right, let's move into spring of 1907. David Hood.
All right, what does Germany do? It does what we thought, which is work with the French. He's been stabbed by Brandan. I just assumed that he thought maybe he could turn it around, but he didn't think that. So Max has become a complete janissary. That doesn't matter because the Russians decided to take Berlin. So this is Russians taking part of Germany because France offered it, and we shall see how that turns out. In the east, we have the bounce in Western Med, which I guess makes the most sense now that Army Burgundy's gone. You don't have a chance at taking Marseille. We've got armies going to the line for Tyrolia, and we've got a nothing burger happening in the Balkans, honestly. Just a nothing burger, which, maybe that's okay at this point.
I think it's interesting to point out the tactics around mid-Atlantic, Spain, Marseille, that Nicolas opted to support mid-Atlantic to Western Med rather than supporting Marseille here. So he's taking a little bit of a guess, and it pays off hugely for him right here, right? Because he guessed correctly, he keeps the Italians out of the Western Med, and he doesn't lose Marseille. He's in Burgundy now, much more defensible position come the fall. Huge decision.
Yes, absolutely right. And even if the brilliance about this set of moves is that even if he does lose Marseille, he would have Burgundy, Gascony, Spain, Western Med, and because he would have been unable to fill up into Piedmont, he could probably retake Marseille from Burgundy, barring some insanity.
Well, mark this time. If Nicolas is able to maintain this lead through the end of the game, this could be the turn that forced it. Really, really impressive play from Nicolas, who's showing he can not just win tactically, not just through speed in position, but also playing the diplomatic game. Well-rounded play by him so far. Fall of 1907.
The attack on Norwegian was not enemy. That was something else. Now, I'm not sure why Norwegian just didn't hit Norway just to be on the safe side. But the whole point here was to force it as a retreat into Barents. All right, so looking at the south here with the FI war, the Italians did have 3 fleets now, so this wasn't going to be stopped to go to the Western Med. In the east, this was what they tried to do last turn, which was putting the Russians into Ankara and the Austrians taking Romania. That just didn't happen because the Russians didn't cooperate. But I believe those were the same moves that were ordered last turn to trade Romania for Ankara, get Ankara out of the picture. Now, if I were the East, I'm not sure I would be giving Maaike the build. Doesn't Maaike get a build here? That is what's happening. And Maaike goes back to Vienna instead of even staying in Bohemia, which is, again, this could be the thing Adam was talking about earlier. I need to chart an independent course to give myself a reason, some kind of path to victory. But that's fine as long as you don't aggravate Italy or Russia enough to say, well, if you're going to do that, then we're just going to let Nicolas run with it then. So there's got to be a lot of diplomatic back and forth. We'll find out probably in the sidelines how much diplomatic back and forth there was.
Sorry, it's a stab, right, from Maaike? Like they've got a bunch of arranged moves to get rid of Italy and to get Russia a build, and Maaike's gone, no, I'm going to get a build. It's mine.
That's the same order set from the spring.
But Russia
yeah,
does. Russia
didn't
does build
cooperate.
here. Wait, hold on. Russia does build because so they're basically putting Russia into Ankara, and then they're disbanding the army from Romania so that Russia can rebuild a fleet. I think this is all
that's
completely
all
planned.
Yeah.
This is basically saying, okay, we have to feed Maaike something here. So I think this is completely copacetic.
But what I'm saying is it was the same orders from spring of 07 when Russia didn't go through with it. You see? If you go back,
could be. Yeah. You're right, David. I think that's right.
I understand now. Thank you.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Marcus Loan saying the blow up of it's arranged and all units moving away. So definitely a path for Maaike's victory from this board state.
The one thing tactically I'm wondering here is whether Nicolas should have moved to Portugal and English to Mao. He didn't necessarily need to move this way in the north and can probably afford to spend another fleet to be defending against Mikalis from this position. So I'm just wondering, what others think about that.
prioritizing offense versus defense, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So my question for Maaike is, okay, great. So we make this deal. Where is Maaike going to put that unit down? Is that anti-Italian? Is it?
It doesn't matter, right? You're growing. You're in this game, right? You're the fourth strongest power in the game, but you're at 6. You're not at 5. You're moving upwards. It's like baby steps. You realize your chances are slim, but you're getting the board moving in some direction, and you're still in it. I think that's all that matters at this point, right?
I think you are right, Adam. But if I am Mikalis or if I am Brandan, I'm like, Bohemia to Vienna?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah, for sure.
That's not that's the wall is that way. In the Game of Thrones, the wall is over there, guys, and that the bad guys are on the other side of the wall. Why are you going south to fight me? Go back up to the wall and keep those zombies from coming over the freaking walls.
No, I think that's right, and I'm frankly surprised that when the units weren't positioned to do this about 2 to 3 years ago, that Brandan and when Nicolas first made his move against Germany, that Brandan and Mikalis didn't just say, "Okay, we kill Maaike now and take those dots so that we can go do our thing where we get our units where we need to." I'm surprised that never happened, but maybe they just didn't think they had the momentum to do it.
As you know, I was arguing for that. I thought that was the thing to do so that you're not leaving a threat behind you. You're killing that threat off using those centers to go and fight Nicolas. I think that would have been a better way to do it. But you're right. Maybe they didn't think they had the moves in them. Or maybe Brandan was unwilling, or Mikalis for that matter, unwilling to commit.
And one other thing that is interesting, I kind of like it. It just kind of struck me. Keeping that fleet in the Russian fleet in Ankara now helps protect Black Sea, which if there is an alliance with Brandan against Mikalis, when Italy gets into Black Sea, it's just game over for Austria. So that could be big.
Top priority for Mikalis, top priority for Brandan in the negotiations, hopefully, if they knew this was all happening, was, so you're going to waive, Maaike, right? You're going to waive. You're not going to build an army that we don't need behind us to make us turn back from the Nicolas Taillet project, right, Maaike? You're not going to build. We'll see what happens here.
All right, well, let's find out a little bit more about what just happened from our sideline reporters for 1907.
Okay, here we are, sideline report talking about 1907. I wish I could say there was a lot going on in the chats. I think there must be a lot of DMing with people, or maybe not, but the chats are all like awkward dating. What do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? I don't know. And nobody really, nobody says much, but Ben, what'd you hear?
Nicolas and Max have agreed to cooperate again. I think Max has kind of accepted his situation. And Nicolas has been assured by Brandan that fleet in the north is not directed at him, although Brandan seems to be throwing around a lot of assurances to everyone. And after Nicolas talks to Mikalis, he says he needs to think about English Channel as a unit that could be in play in the south eventually, not the north.
Peter?
Yeah, it did feel like there wasn't too much conversation that was seriously affecting the flow of the game apart from that one. I did notice that it was Maaike who was presenting Mikalis's plan to Brandan in their conversation. They weren't talking about their own plans. They were talking about Mikalis's plan, which is sort of a sign of how the negotiation is going between the three of those in the South.
Yeah, I mean, the deal was here that Maaike was supposed to take Romania and Brandan was supposed to take Ankara in the spring, but Brandan, as you can see, didn't want to do that. There was a very funny conversation between Nicolas. I call him Nicolas now because that's how Nicolas pronounces his name. Between Mikalis and Nicolas, and Nicolas trying to get Mikalis to back off, and Mikalis was like, "You're on 10. Like I gotta keep coming a little bit." And Nicolas goes, "What is the concern? 10 is my average in diplomacy. Worry if I'm greater than 10." And then he goes, "What dark magic are you using on Maaike to where you get the build and she doesn't get the build?" And they're laughing and they're joking and it's much less tense between the two of them than it had been in prior seasons. The fall was somewhat interesting because at least big debate here about what's going to happen with Denmark, Kiel, Norwegian, Norway. I mean, Brandan was going to double support Norway. He had a conversation where he agreed with Nicolas that he would just take Denmark, although he agreed to do it with the army, and he moves the fleet. But he was supposed to cut Kiel, which he didn't do. And Nicolas, Brandan said, "Hey, what are you doing with North Sea?" And he goes, "Well, North Sea is going to support Edinburgh and Norwegian." And Brandan didn't seem to be worried about that at all. But they do the trade. So it's goodbye. It's goodbye, Wes. Didn't make a miracle this time. And what else you guys got on the fall? There wasn't too much.
So I didn't hear him say this, but Maaike said that Brandan will throw to Nicolas if Maaike attacks Brandan. And that seems to be something Maaike's operating on. And then AIG all talked for a while. They were laughing. It was a bit like a therapy session. They're all annoyed with Brandan. And they all agreed that Brandan shouldn't win the game. But they're laughing a lot. It's hard to tell how serious they are.
Yeah. A lot of players might be annoyed with Brandan, but everyone on this board really, really wants Brandan to be on their side because they see that that's the way for them to win. Meanwhile, Austria and Italy, they're still tight. Austria and Russia, we'll see how things are going. They've had some discussions and things may be progressing.
The last thing I think is I'll modify your statement just a bit because I think Maaike would love to attack Brandan. She's been frustrated with him during the game, but she keeps saying everything I want to do is wrong. I can't attack Mikalis, and I can't really attack Brandan, but I've got to attack Brandan at some point. And Mikalis is like, don't worry about it. Let's just keep pushing Brandan forward a bit. Then you can, once we've contained Nicolas, then you can have all of Brandan's dots. Left unsaid is that whether Mikalis would then take all of Maaike's dots behind that, but fine. These are questions for a different day. And in fact, that day may come soon because we're going to go to 1908. Thank you, guys.
My favorite line was Nicolas saying his average is 10 centers. You should worry when I get above that. That tells me so much about the kind of player that Nicolas is because I had that stat prepped and ready to go. I was going to bring that out. And so he's done his homework. He's done his research. He has the largest average center count, which is exactly 10 centers out of all the players on this board. He knows his game so well. I love it. I love it. Dan, what stood out to you in these sideline reports?
Maaike presented Mikalis' plan to Brandan. So what if, guys, we're not looking at a board with a 10 center power, a 9 center power, a 7 center power, and a 6 center power? What if we're actually looking at a board with a 10 and a 9 and a 13? If you look at AI as being signed, sealed, and delivered as an alliance, are France and Russia looking at it in the same way? Because if they're not, what AI is going to want to do is first, okay, Ben Kelman said, line in the show, that Brandan said, if you mess with me, Maaike, I'll throw to Nicolas. So what do you do if you're that 13 center power and you want one of the two of you to win the game? Well, the first thing you do is you remove the possibility of that threat. So they have to grind Nicolas down to a size where he can't be thrown to because he's not dangerous enough. And then you hit Brandan after that. So that's going to 3 years. You maybe take out some of Iberia, maybe get Brandan to take Denmark, whatever. That's 3 years. And then 1910, 1911, then you hit Brandan with everything. And Brandan can't throw to France because France isn't big enough. And then with your combined arms, you end up with 24 dots or something. And then you decide which of the two of you is going to win in some like welter of throwdown at the end between Mikalis and Maaike. That's what I heard from the sidelines. And everything else is just tactics.
I like your read of this a lot. I really do. If I were Mikalis or Brandan, I would say, no, Maaike, if you build here, this game is over. I am not going to go do your work for you while you have 6 centers behind me doing nothing except getting ready to pounce on me. No. And I think that's the inflection point. If they are willing to put up with that because they think that Maaike will go against the other one, that is playing with fire. And by the way, Dan, so you brought up Oh Happy Day. You brought up Signed, Sealed, and Delivered. I want to hear some more R&B soul stuff from you this entire night. I want to get some Love Train going. The Midnight Train to Georgia is coming, right? You're going to figure out a way to get all this stuff in here, and I am here for it. I am waiting for it. I'm going to love it. Keep it going.
We are going to keep that midnight train rolling into winter of 1907. We get a fleet build, St. Pete, North Coast from Brendan Austin and Army Sev. We get that Army build in Austria. We'll find out whether or not our players respond to that the way David Hood predicted. So we go into 1908, Adam.
Okay, here we have Nicolas now going into defensive mode, and I think he's a little late for this, right? This was what I brought up last turn, where last turn was the turn to lock up Portugal and Mid-Atlantic. So he does lose Spain here. He attempts to do a convoy from Yorkshire back to Gascony, but that fails because he loses North Sea to the Russians, and the Germans are back on side with the Russians. So much for that Janissary. This is now a board that is fully against France, with Mikalis, the one who is starting to see the early benefits of that. The East is really a whole lot of nothing, except to note that Maaike is back up in Bohemia and shifting her armies back towards the north. But not doing
Might I suggest that we are seeing a love train of Austrian armies going to Bohemia, Budapest, but I don't know love for what, love for whom, because they're not going up there to fight Nicolas Taillet. They can't get there. The love train doesn't go that far. So where is it going? Gosh, I don't know. But honestly, I would be, if I were the other Eastern powers, I'd like, no. Now, I don't know what else I would say because they're also bad where they currently were. So maybe this is better, but it still doesn't mean they're going anywhere anti-Taillet-ish.
Fall of 1908. We just saw what looked like it could have been a runaway leader get pushed back. This is a pivotal turn. We're looking at a 10-center Nicolas Taillet, 9-center Brandan Austin, and maybe a resurgent 7 and 6-center Italy and Austria working together, like Dan Lester said. So actually at 13 and topping this board. This is an interesting point in them. I'm going to go to you, Dan. You've won a world, a 2-time, I believe, world champion. Not yet.
Just the one. Just one time. I did second a couple of times, so there is also that.
That's it. Yes. But you've been in places like this, high stakes games, coming in 1908. Where are, like, talk us through the mindset of being a player at this stage of the game.
Yeah, you got to grit your teeth, man. Like, no matter where you are or what you are, you've got to grit your teeth and you've got to take your chances when they come. And you're not going to get a lot of them. If you look at Brandan right now, he's got 4 fronts. 4. He's got Scandinavia, Germany, Homeland, and the unit in Turkey. And he's got 9 centers, 9 dots. And he's coming around like the crescent. If he can turn this now into a coherent defense, or if he can bamboozle his opponents into making them feel like that this is a coherent force, then he can win this game. But ultimately, with Russia, you've always got this danger that you've got 4 fronts. Nicolas on the back foot, but he's got to make them fight. He's got to fight tooth and nail for everything and to remain viable, right? And I'm convinced that at some point, that 13 center IA is going to have to hit Brandan. So just keep going on the back foot and keep working Brandan. Keep working Brandan. What are you going to get? What are you going to get from me? Nothing. What are you going to get from me? Nothing. What are you going to get from me? Nothing. Stop. And if you're IA, grit your teeth, stay the course. It's gonna get scary, right? They're going to keep building on each other and stuff. Just stay the course. Grit your teeth, stay the course, believe. Triumph of the will. Yeah.
All right, Adam.
It's the wrong genre. I'm sorry, David.
I was nodding. I appreciated the effort.
Adam, fall of 1908.
I see a lot of red arrows, but let's try to talk through what actually happens here. So in the West, Mikalis leaves Spain to take the Mid-Atlantic, but the net effect of that is that he's actually not taking one off of Nicolas here because he gets bounced out of Marseille. Brandan is trying to take out the Germans here. He gets into Kiel, and they put Maaike into Munich. So, reports of Maaike's demise are greatly exaggerated because she'll be building again here. A whole lot of nothing else in the east. So let's just stay up in the north. Brandan continuing to advance by dislodging the fleet in the Norwegian Sea. That gets dislodged out to the North Atlantic because it's self-bound. He's self-bounced in Edinburgh. There's a self-bounce in Belgium leading to north, fruitlessly making an attack on Holland. But really the net effect here is Mikalis has crossed the Med line. He's into the Mid-Atlantic. And even though Nicolas is not going down, this is definitely a compromised position by a long ways. The AIR is continuing to pressure and not giving up.
Yeah, it's true that 22 centers, if you want to look at it the way Dan was, 22 centers is more than 10.
Yeah.
22 units is more than 10, even if some of those units are still back in the Balkans.
All right, fall of 1908. Take a good look at this position. Keep that in mind as you listen to the sideline for 1908.
Okay, we're here in 1908 for the sideline report. Peter's got his Austrian support bear. He's holding it for help, much like Maaike. A lot of the conversations I witnessed in the beginning of spring 1908 is Maaike really getting frustrated, and they're trying to come up with a path. Mikalis is like, just see if we can talk to Brandan about getting you through Munich and sliding through the middle of the board. We still need to contain Nicolas here. Can't attack Brandan. She's skeptical. They're talking about these things. What did you guys hear?
Yeah, she seems worried about if she attacks either of her neighbors, they'll throw. She has a decent conversation with Brandan. They seem to get a little more on the same page than they've been. They agree to what they do in the spring with putting 2 on Rum and DMZ and Gal. And anyway, they're going to stick together. That group's going to stick together. Oh, I see the other thing. They agree. Brandan and Nicolas agree to each put 2 on Norway as a way of starting to get back on the same page. And then you can see that doesn't really end up happening.
That doesn't end up happening. Peter, what's your read of everything, or what did you hear?
The read that I'm getting is, the question is, does Mikalis want something to happen? then he goes and makes that happen. Mikalis wants Denmark to support Skagerrak into the North Sea, but Max and Brandan aren't really speaking together very well. So Mikalis goes around and talks to them all, and eventually Denmark supports Skagerrak into the North Sea. That's what's going on right now.
I'll throw in a little bit. This is very similar to the game that Noam topped the board when he was England in his DBNI semifinal, where there was an air sort of that eventually Noam wins as England. I'm not saying Nicolas will win here, but the game Nicolas is playing is he tells Brandan, if you attack me, I will disband in the south. And he's telling Mikalis, and Brandan just sort of is like, okay. And then he tells the same thing to Mikalis, which is like, hey, if you attack me, I'm not disbanding, in the south. And Nicolas goes, you shouldn't disband in the south. That's fine. And that kind of put Nicolas out of steam there. We don't have we know the fall orders, but we don't have the map for the fall orders. And we know as a result of Nicolas just trying to go back to Brandan here in the fall, and he's saying, if you just take Denmark, we're good. If you don't take Denmark, we're not good. And then there was a lot of discussion about whether Mikalis, what should he do? Should he, with his unit, should he try and keep Spain? Should he go for Marseille? Should he try and do something else? And he ends up doing something else. But I think this read on Mikalis is sort of dictating the East and what they're doing. And he's containing Nicolas, but he's really committed there too. So this series of getting Maaike through Munich, I think, helps him give her a path. What do you guys hear in the fall?
Agreed. He's Mikalis is expecting to get something off Nicolas here and telling him, okay, now that I've gotten something, maybe we'll stop the fight. Or he's saying we will think the war will be over after this year. But once we see the moves, I'm not sure that's going to be the situation.
Right, with Mikalis in the Western Med, which we do know. Yeah, Nicolas spent a lot of time spring and fall, Peter, just by himself, and he even tried to talk to the others, and he's like, "This is not good. Does somebody want to talk to me?" No one's talking to him right yet, and he needs the air to break.
He said he feels like the unpopular kid in an American high school movie.
Should say Nicolas' vocabulary for a second language and Maaike's are just so extraordinary. Okay, Peter, any other last insights? You're our man of mystery.
I'll say that in fall of 08, Maaike to Brandan opens with saying, do we have a good excuse to take one off Mikalis this turn? And that really is referring to Trieste. But eventually their conversation, the Mikalis effect takes over and talk switches. Well, Maaike is going to get Munich and Brandan's going to take Kiel and not Denmark is his agreement with the Eastern powers.
The Mikalis effect. Okay. Oh, and I should say they did work out this entire thing where Munich's supposed to go to Kiel. Maaike's going to backfill through Munich, and that did go through. So they're still working together. Thank you. We're still working together. Peter, I have no idea what time you had to get up this morning for that. Thank you. And we'll see you guys back in 1909. Doesn't look like it's going to draw in the next year or so.
The defending world champion, or the defending DBNI champion, Mikalis Kamaritis, has the highest supports given compared to the average player of any other player in the field. He averages almost 4.5 more supports on average than any other player, is very good at building coalitions and alliances. And I think that's what we're looking at here is, can the coalition that our DBNI champion, will that hold together what he's been able to build so far? Will it be able to continue? Or at what point will the other players say, hey, I want this thing too. I'm hungry. I need a path forward. And will that break down? What would the result of that breakdown be? This is going to be a fascinating diplomatic point in this game. And that's why we are going to pause here for another round of Who Do You Like? I went with you first, Dan, so I'm going to go with you next. And so David Hood, you get the first pick this time. 1 power, you get to take it over. You're going to win this game. 1916, maximum end time. Who do you want to be?
I feel the need to stick with Mikalis, which is what I have been saying all along. I assume that when the missile that is Maaike's armies finally get launched in some direction, it's going to get launched in Brandan's direction, from what I can hear from the sideline reports. So assuming that Nicolas is going to be stopped here, and that is not at all a given. I understand that he's lost some traction here, but eventually these people are going to fall out looking for their own path to victory, and then he might still be able to win. But I think in terms of who has the best chance of coming out ahead here, it is Mr. Peabody, the one who is building these alliances, building these coalitions, doing these moves, being the intermediary between the German and the Russian moves, which I thought was fascinating. I think he has the best chance of figuring out a way to do this. It's frankly, it's as easy as A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, do, re, mi. That's the way I see it.
Adam?
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, I think the question is, can Nicolas recover, and how and when will the powers on the other side of the board find their centers to overcome where he's at? And I think, I think it's hard to not like Mikalis's advanced position and diplomatic position on this board, but you also have to wonder where the center is going to come from, given how spread out he is across the Med, and does he have enough units in the south really to be able to make those advances against Nicolas to get the centers he might need to win the game. So I'm going to stick with Brandan cautiously, because I think he still doesn't have enemies on this board, and I think that there's just a question of, can he contain Maaike enough? And to David's point, I think it depends a lot on where Maaike is going to end up getting pointed. But I think Brandan has more paths to getting more centers in this game and to overcoming the other powers.
Dan?
Gonna stick with Nicolas. Adam made a good case for Nicolas and then picked someone else. I think so. I'm going to do that. I'm going to go back to my buzz phrase for this game so far, which is unit concentrations. Munich's changed hands a bunch of times now. There's a lot of units in the middle, but you can manifestly see Brandan is trying to turn his 4 fronts into 3 and maybe 2 fronts in the medium term, which means that he is moving north, right? And he is leaving the center for Maaike. And the extent to which the air stays together in this game is limited by people's desire to actually win. And at some point, the air is going to stop. One of those, Nicolas is good enough tactically to be able to make sure that isn't with him on 2 or 3, I think. And then when it happens, then Nicolas is going to be everyone's favorite to win who isn't themselves.
I think there is one thing, even after we express 3 different opinions, that we can all agree on. This is one of the better games we've seen on DBN recently. And I'm just glad that we're able to bring it to all of our viewers right here on DBN, which means please like this broadcast. For those of you that are watching, we need you to like it. We need you to see to do that so that other people will be able to go back and watch this game later, because it'll be further up in the rankings. So please like this. You should. I like this particular game, and I think it's really teaching a lot of diplomacy lessons about balance of power, about alliance hygiene, about unit concentration, to talk about Dan's point, and frankly about what risks one has to take in diplomacy, like leaving a gigantic Austria alive that's not even really helping against France, leaving that person alive in the middle because you didn't feel like you had time or ability to coordinate her elimination. That's something that could easily come back and greatly influence how this game ends.
Yeah, this is a board state that I would encourage everyone. Sadly, despite the length of our broadcasts, we do not have time to get into this at the level of detail I think this game deserves. But I do want to pause here and just encourage everyone, take a look at this, especially the arrangement of the units between Italy and Austria. I really, really appreciate how these two players have managed a way to work together, take some risks, but not take so many risks that would allow one to completely overtake the other while also not losing all of their momentum. That has been a really, really that relationship, I think, has been what has caused the momentum in this game to swing a little bit, kind of stop that runaway leader a little bit. Spring or winter of 1908, we get one more army build in Budapest, and spring of 1909. David, what direction is this board going to break?
Well, Italy is out of the mid-Atlantic. The Germans have taken Kiel with support. The Austrians have supported themselves to Galicia, gone to Caen, while Caen goes to Ankh. So this is, I think, this is pulling the trigger against Russia, is what's happening, is the AI is pulling the trigger here against the Russians. And we shall see if that doesn't just give the game to Nicolas. It obviously, you have to do it at some point. I'm not arguing that you could continue to just fight Nicolas the rest of the game. That's definitely not true. This move had to be made. The question is whether this is the right time to do it. Now, I should say Katie Gray's been basically yelling on the not really yelling, but being very dogmatic about her position that Maaike was being left alive as a tool by either Italy or Russia used against each other. I totally understand that, but it's still a risk that was taken, and maybe it was the right risk to be taken. But here's the risk, is that tool is going to be wielded by the other one against you. And that is what has happened here to Brandan, losing Kiel and losing position, at least in the war, in the now more hot war instead of cold war in the Balkans.
Yeah, I mean, listen, chalk up another one to Dan Leicester, called it, predicted it. In all seriousness, you're absolutely right. It had to happen at some point, and they've made the decision that it is now. And I'm not surprised, because we talked about Brandan seeing the danger and trying to reduce his, attack surface and consolidate into a much more difficult to attack set of positions. Can I just call out Nicolas again? I think I'm developing a man crush. I'm not sorry. Again, an almost perfect set of moves.
Yes.
Even to the point where Mikalis decides to retreat back. This is not a forward retreat to endanger Liverpool or any of that deliciousness. Mikalis is like, nope, don't have enough units for that right now. Might do in a minute, but I don't just yet. So I'm going to pull back and make my line. And then, brilliant, Nicolas. Everything right. Clyde, right. Is including the cut of North. 3 on Mao, correct. Bounce in Marseille, correct. Clap, clap, clap.
And making the right guess about Mid-Atlantic being vulnerable to an attack of only 3 instead of 4, allowing the Clyde bounce. I mean, you're right. Totally reading and making the right guesses here.
Magnificent.
And Nicolas Taillet coming in with that momentum we talked about at the top of the show, peaking at the right time. Will it be peaking at the right time all the way through the rest of this game as we see the AI make their move against Brandan Austin? And I want to give a shout out to Maaike Blom coming in as an alternate, coming in as a number 7 seed, getting squashed between a couple of very, very talented players and kind of controlling, I think, the decision-making here. We heard throughout our sidelines that Austria preferred to move against Russia. They were trying to set up the right time to do that. My opinion, maybe a little bit early. I would have personally gone a little bit later on that decision, but it feels like Maaike feels like this is the right time to go, and she's had an incredible season, and she's making her move. Not going to let somebody else dictate that. And I really, really respect that.
I predict that Maaike is right now singing "I Feel Good." You knew that I would. That's what I think. I really think that's what's happening right now.
Does this cost her Munich, though?
Yes. But she's taking Warsaw, and she took Caen because Black Sea's taking Ankh. I mean, this is all right. And look, the Italians. How do the because Munich hit Burgundy? I see. I was trying to figure out how the Italians took Marseille, but I see now that it's the that Maaike hitting Burgundy.
Burgundy.
So that's totally understandable. All right, what's happening with Denmark? The Russians are going into Denmark too.
Mm-hmm.
The French are taking Kiel. So Germany's gone. Good game, Max. And if I didn't say good game, Wes, I should have, and good game, no. But it was a lot to get here. It was awesome to get here. But you know, obviously some people are not going to make it. So this is all advantage Nicolas. I hate to agree with Dan, but this seems to be an advantage Nicolas from a positional point of view. Now we shall see. I understand he's losing Marseille. I understand all that, but from a positional point of view, this may still be okay. I mean, you've taken Kiel, and you've gotten the Russians out of the North Sea. Notice Norway holding, not even supporting Norwegian to the north. You see, so. You know, and the reason for that is because Brandan's not going to defend against Nicolas while being attacked by Maaike.
So Berlin support Tyrolia to Munich. Can someone explain that to me?
That's super.
No,
weird.
actually, I can't explain.
That's super weird. That's not consistent with the rest of the moves on the board, is it?
Maybe this was Brandan. It's consistent with Brandan throwing that option out and hoping that Maaike says yes and does some other moves, because it wouldn't change anything that Brandan's done. I mean, what did Brandan do with Sevastopol? Didn't even take a shot with any, against Romania or anything. Just sort of sit there. So maybe this was a pitch from Brandan to Maaike saying, "Please move around, go away, and I will actually." Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You mean supporting Mikalis and me?
He's supporting Mikalis, though.
No. I totally misread. I'm sorry. It's late for me. I totally misread.
Does not make a lot of sense.
No, that's the Russians moving Mikalis. And that might actually be unwanted support, potentially. I'm trying to come up with a scenario where it's Mikalis accepting support from Russia is not going. It's not going to go over with Maaike. So I don't really see. Unless this is Mikalis getting ready to turn somehow, but I don't know how he does that.
No.
So I think this might be unwanted support. Maybe I'm gonna. If Mikalis is gonna go there to block the French or something, then I
don't know that I agree, because remember that Mikalis is giving up Caen to Maaike. So maybe this is just a trade, Munich for Caen.
Well, he also gets Anchor and Marseille, so it's not too bad.
It's not really a.
But yeah, I mean, but the pitch is, well, I guess he knows he's getting Marseille.
Well, that's fine, but how do you get the Russians involved in that deal? It's not a trade. So I'm thinking that the Russian thing, and again, I'm sorry for missing this at first. I just was tired and didn't see it right. But it looks to me like that is unwanted support or some kind of offer that Brandan has made to Mikalis or something.
Well, deals. Way, we have one thing that I do need to point out, because, just to be fair, Nicolas has done something tactically that is not perfect. That his ESP has very briefly failed him, because if he had been as perfect this time as other times, I think it's Spain to Gascony and Portugal supports Mid-Atlantic to Spain, and so for the first time ever, he has not made all the correct moves.
All right, well, let's listen in. Moves have been made in 1909. We've got some players that want to win this game, and let's find out how our negotiations went in 1909 as we check in with our sideline.
Okay, a lot of interesting things happened in 1909. I will say the first thing I saw was Maaike and Brandan got a room, and it felt great. It felt great. I thought the two of them were going to work together. Brandan says, "Great, you're going to move on Mikalis now." She goes, one more year." And then Brandan went and talked to Mikalis, and he goes, "I think Mike is going to move on you a year. You need to be careful here." Mikalis goes, "I think she's going to move on you right now. I think you need to be more careful than I am." And he's like, "Fair enough." And then they, anyways, we see these moves. Ben, what'd you hear?
It was a tricky season for Brandan, I think. I mean, you can see from the moves, but also the he agrees with Germany to go to Helgoland and get supported into Holland. That doesn't happen. He has a really contentious debate, not an argument, but a disagreement with Nicolas, where Nicolas keeps reminding him how many times he's lied. And Brandan says, "Okay, you can bounce me out of Clyde." And Nicolas says, "You're not going to Clyde. Why would you tell me if you were?" But he still seems to change the order to block this. So nothing really goes the way Brandan intended, it doesn't seem.
Peter?
The key conversation in this turn really happened quite late. There were only about 3-ish minutes left on the clock when Mikalis and Maaike got together, and the decision was made that they were going to stab Brandan. This entire move set was agreed. At first, there was a more conservative move set with Tyrolia supporting Bohemia into Munich, but then Maaike took a little bit of time to come around with the idea of stabbing, but once it happened, then she went, "I'm going all in, going to Sil, let's go."
Two things here just for the broadcasters to know. There had already been an agreement for Khan to go to Ankh and Ankh to go to Khan in perpetuity, but Brandan Ankh here. So this is a destabilizing thing a little bit that Maaike got into Khan. And the other thing, Maika's quote, she goes, this might be a game defining moment, and it's probably not going to work. So then, as we move into the fall, the aftermath of this stab, and I got to tell you, Brandan's a cool cat, and he doesn't show a lot of emotions, but this is about as disappointed as I think Brandan is capable of showing.
So Maaike and Mikalis are talking at the beginning of this, and they're trying to figure out. Maaike says this went fantastic. Either of us could win. They have a debate over who should take Ankara. They disagree on this. They each want the other to take it. And then Brandan, but they agree on how it goes, that Mikalis will take it in exchange for Munich tapping Burgundy. Then Brandan joins and offers to support Mikalis, keeps talking to Maaike individually afterwards. He's threatening to throw, but he seems like he doesn't really want to. He's like saying, "I'm going to throw," and Maaike says, "Okay, I guess you are." And he says, no, talk me out of it. Like, what's your pitch?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Peter?
There was one thing I just want to point out, some interesting conversation between Mikalis and Nicolas, and about how many centers Nicolas would end up at the end of this year. Mikalis is saying that, you've still got everything. We haven't taken anything off you. And they're both dancing around the fact that Marseille is forced and was correctly taken in the forced manner.
There's that. There's also this issue that we saw on the orders. This Munich thing was never discussed, at least as best we could tell. Either Brandan did this cheekily, as I guess the Commonwealth countries would say, or Brandan and Mikalis worked that part out. Either way, and I think we're saying goodbye to Max here. But
yes,
yeah, he's still Super Max in my book. So we're excited to get back to 1910 and see what's happening with the AI. The AI. They're each trying to one up the other, and we're going to see what happens. But they made a game out of it. Don't count Nicolas out or Brandan. All right, thanks, guys.
Dan Lester.
Love it. What a fantastic insight into the kind of swirl of alliances that have been going on in this high-stakes game for many, many hours at this moment. Nicolas Taillet and Brandan Austin have a conversation, and Brandan is trying to sort of root around for some way to sort of do something on the front that, as we now know, will very, very shortly cease to exist in its entirety. And Nicolas reminds Brandan of what a liar he's been. this is a diplomatic error, because Nicolas relies on whoever it is in this alliance that is going to get stabbed. He is relying on that person letting him win the game, letting him be DBNI champion. And this is where we're getting to the crunch part of the game. Someone is going to have to let, nay, permit, nay, facilitate someone else to be the DBNI champion, to be the #1 player in the virtual season, to be the #1 of 551 players. And you don't do that by going around telling people, reminding people about how much they've lied to you. So this idea that you have to try and find a way to reset the relationships that have just broken down and been good and bad and broken down and all the rest of it. And that was what I found was most fascinating about that. And I think he will do that. I think they will do that. Brandan's then having conversations about how he desperately doesn't want to have to let Nicolas win because his own chances are gone. And please don't do this to me. But Mike is like, well, so Mikalis is going to build 3. I just noticed it during the conversation, of course, Maaike can only physically build 1. And that's what she's got. So maybe that's related to Munich. But anyway, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, world champion Noam Brown eliminated. Munich Miracle Wes Ketchum eliminated. Lightning couldn't strike twice. Rookie of the Year, last season's Rookie of the Year, and Super 7 finalist from last year, Max Wanji Robanks, eliminated. Now we enter 1910 with 4 powers that are fairly equally balanced, arguably, and all of these players still have a very realistic shot at winning this game, depending on what you just said, Dan Lester, the diplomacy. That is what this is going to come down to as we enter into the next phase of our game. Winner of 1909, let's take a look at these adjustments, and then I'm going to you, Adam.
Okay, so let's start with the West, and there's a lot of arrows there, but essentially Nicolas is now losing Spain here, but setting himself up to possibly retake it while forcing Munich, it looks like. Brandan is still going full force. He's still considering himself a player in this game. Norway goes out to Norwegian. Berlin takes Kiel with Denmark support. Sweden's heading home to protect against Maaike. And taking some guesses here, he ends up... looks like Romania is supported out to Ukraine, so it looks like it's a belager there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and yeah, it's a brace. I also note of real interest Vienna moving to Trieste.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting
and
stuff.
Ionian and Naples goes to Ionian, not Tyrrhenian. So whole lot of balancing going on here between Maaike and Mikalis, in addition to everything else that's happening.
Yes, you might at first think Sweden to Finland, but that's because the Austrians are going to go to Moscow, and he's trying to backfill and try to play some defense. It's going to be hard to have a war of all against all if you're Brandan and not be able to work with anybody and actually survive. That's going to be hard to do. I should point out that all 4 of these finalists, all 4 of these remaining finalists are at least are current or former broadcasters here on DBN.
It's like those who can teach, right? All right, fall of 1910. Orders in the box. What are we looking at?
Okay, so this is a trade of Mikalis taking Constantinople for Maaike taking Trieste back. Maaike does manage to hold on to Moscow and Warsaw, but Nicolas continues to advance. He's now into Kiel and Munich, so the loss of Marseille and Spain maybe isn't quite as bad. I guess he's net -1. Mikalis is going to be +1 here. Yeah, I mean, I think this is still it's at least a 3-horse race, and it looks like Brandan's horse is coming in a very distant fourth at the moment.
Well, isn't Mikalis not up 1?
Mikalis is
it's even, right? He's gained. I always do this. Just move it to the next turn. I hate.
Yeah, plus Con, plus Con, plus Spain, minus Trieste, minus Munich. You're correct, David. Yeah, +2, -2.
So for me, the story of this year is Brandan's decision to favour Maaike over Nicolas.
Yeah.
And that sideline where we heard the tenor of those conversations that Brandan was having in 1909.
Yeah.
Nicolas telling him he's a liar. Maaike, him going to Maaike saying, give me a reason not to throw my units to Nicolas, has come to fruition. That's the story. So this is why this is proceeded in this manner, because that map doesn't need to look like this, right? It doesn't. If you play back this year in a totally different way, then all of Brandan's units flow home, and France overruns. France is in Denmark now, as well as France is up. So could this be the difference when push comes to shove?
Yeah, Brandan's fleet, Black Sea, does nothing. That can't be the right answer if you are trying to fight. I understand that he's ordering Ukraine to Moscow's 4-7. I mean, I see that. But why in tarnation would you not do something with Black Sea in this scenario? The holding and a fall turn? This is not Brandan playing because Brandan thinks he's got some kind of chance of something. This is some other secondary motivation taking over, I think.
This is so hard because this game has been going on for so long. I also want to point out, I think there's some suboptimal tactics by Nicolas here. Burgundy tapping Marseille and then Mao going to Spain, supported by Portugal and Gascony, is, while not guaranteed, is very likely to work here because Marseille probably is not going to be moving to cut Gascony. So that's a not 100% move, but a much higher probabilistic move than what he ends up doing here.
Yeah, he's I agree. Yep.
All right, winner of 1910. Take a look at our
this might be the winter of 1910, but the winner of 1910 is Maaike by all stretches.
Mm-hmm.
Maaike is the winner of 1910, 1909, 1908. That's the situation we're in, and this, That's fine. I'm sure it's going to be fine to not have killed her back in the day when you might have theoretically been able to do it. I'm sure it's going to be fine.
That's a Ketchum catch-up line there, going from that rocket-like direction year over year. Love that. Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, we're going to go into our sideline and see what the sideline is hearing about the mental state of our players at this point in the game.
All right, we're doing sideline for 1910, and congratulations, Brandon Vogel and Brian Pravel. You got the game you wanted, where nobody trusts anybody, where everyone is just fighting, where it's nothing but lies. I've never, in a long time, seen 4 players wrestle every. The only glimmer of potential trust, even as we enter in 1910, is between Brandan and Mikalis. Maybe, but one thing I know is that Maaike kind of viewed that move to Munich as a stab, and that sort of kicked off stuff. But Ben, why don't you go first as I put the moves up here, and you tell us what the negotiations were that got us there?
Yeah, they kind of escalated as this turn went on. Nicolas, told Brandan, I told you so. Nicely, he said it, but I told you all that building all those fleets in the north is going to leave you vulnerable. And Mikalis tells Maaike, I told you so about the awkward position around Black Sea because he didn't want that fleet in Ang. And then Maaike is not planning to take Trieste at the beginning of this turn, but as she talks more and more, she sort of talks herself into it. And then by the end, she tells both Brandan and Nicolas that she's going to do it.
Peter?
Yeah, unfortunately, at the start of that turn, we were having too much fun on the sideline. We missed the start of the important Austria-Italian conversation. At least I did. They were haggling a bit when I came in over where to put pieces around the black. Mikalis didn't want to commit too much to help Maaike take Sevastopol because that would put him out of position. The end result is that Mikalis is okay with Brandan getting back into the Black Sea. But the real question is, what will Brandan do in the north? Mikalis's pitch is to take Kiel back. And so we see here with the moves that is what Brandan did, contrary to his agreement with Nicolas to support Nicolas into Munich.
Two things. The first is, Brandan, you're right about, it was funny to watch Maaike's evolution. I'm not going to take Vienna. And then 7 minutes later, it's my home center. It's my God-entitled right to be in Vienna. And he stabbed me, and I'm taking it back, and no one can stop me. With absolute conviction. 100 in a few minutes. Meanwhile, Brandan, it's like the Seinfeld episode. He's lying a lot, but he's believing everything he's saying when he says it, right? He's agreeing with Nicolas to a set of moves, and then he's like the judge who gets talked to last by the lawyer. He then got talked to Mikalis, and Mikalis flipped them all around, and we got all these sets of orders. They go through in the spring, and the first thing Nicolas says is, the game is over for me. Whether that's just him saying it or not, we don't know. But as we move into the fall, it's still the complete lack of... Now, Mikalis is mad at Maaike. Brandan is trying to survive. No one's talking about throwing anymore, but it's kind of sad. Brandan, Mikalis, and Nicolas are all sort of sad, trying to figure out, what to do, but can they coordinate? They're all worried about the other. What did you guys get?
Brandan and Maaike had a long conversation at the beginning where they seemed like they might be able to get on the same page. They both seemed interested in cooperation, and there wasn't an actual plan they came up with. Brandan wanted Maaike to walk out of Moscow. They talked about taking Italian centers, but then they agreed, and actually this was Brandan's initial thought, they didn't want to take too many Italian centers because then France would still run away with the game. So they were never able to come up with a real exact plan. She then talked to Nicolas, who was very, advisory, and told her to do this attack on Sev. Not that she wasn't going to do it anyway, but they all talked about it. It was two very pleasant conversations. And then Mikalis comes in with 3 minutes left in the turn, and he's mad. He's not out of control, but he is clearly very upset about Trieste. And he's very forceful, and he's demanding that they cooperate, and threatening that France is going to win. And it looks like in the end they ended up working together.
Mikalis is definitely claiming that he's upset about Trieste, but Nicolas Taillet is not buying that one bit at all. It seems like Nicolas really wants a deal, but Mikalis is not on the same page. Mikalis still sees Nicolas as a threat and is not willing to seriously engage in a demilitarized zone in the Mediterranean. And further to this point that Nicolas thinks that Trieste is a sham is that he goes and tells Brandan that the whole swap of Con and Trieste is all agreed, and they're all still tied as one another. I guess thick as thieves is the right words to say.
Yeah, it's very difficult to know if there's a secret diplomatic arrangement or not. Doesn't seem like it in the room, but what you're saying, Peter, makes a lot of sense. Anyways, the action's back, so we're leaving. Thanks. We'll see you in 1911.
Good stuff. Good stuff. David Hood, this is a fascinating point in this game. Looks like the grind portion of the diplomacy game has begun. What is the mental state of our players? How is that going to impact what we're about to see?
We talked in the early part of our show about the fact that this game we think is important. We're going to let it go all the way to 1916 if that's what it takes. And that is absolutely the way we've decided, and it's awesome, and we all like watching it. It is exhausting, absolutely exhausting for these players, like any other players, to be in a big, high-stakes game like this. And now you've got frayed nerves. You've got long history of things not being said correctly, i.e. lying, being pointed out to people. And the right now, it is probably going to be the person who can maintain their composure the most, who is going to come out of this game with the win. It's hard to see Brandan coming back from here, but maybe I'm wrong. But the other three at this point, obviously all have a shot, and it also could be, which is why Dan's point earlier about how Nicolas was treating Brandan about the line comment. It may very well be that the way to win this game at the end is going to be, well, I don't mind it if you win. I just don't want this person to win, which is the way often top boards, particularly ones like this, end up getting to.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, let's do some predictions here. What does Maaike put down? I mean, it's going to be an army in Vienna, so where is Maaike going with that unit?
I mean, it depends how we feel.
Depends on how we feel, Dan.
I'm so
how are we
sorry, I
feeling?
lagged out there for a minute. My apologies. It depends how we feel about this whole "I stabbed you, I didn't stab you" game that they've got going on. Like, I stabbed you for Trieste. Oh, I didn't stab you, or I did, I didn't. Like, it's not much of a stab. Like a 1 center stab. I think she has to, continue to promulgate the assault on Russia. The problem is that Russia's now got that pocket of 3 units inside Austria's territory, and she's won the first round by getting Russia to sort of disappear into the north, which is bad for Nicolas and great for Maaike. But that process isn't complete, and Brandan has already shown himself to be excellent at reconsolidating his positions. And there's 7 years left in this game, man. 7 years left. Mikalis is doing great. He's got to be really happy about his position, especially because last turn he could have lost Venice. Like, he risked Venice, and it worked out well for him. So,
And Adam, on tiebreakers right now, I'm just running through those real quick. Nicolas needs more centers than everyone else to win. Then we've got Brandan. Then we've got Mikalis, and then we have
Maaike should win tiebreakers. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I think to the point that Dan was raising, I personally think that Brandan's disband here is going to be very telling. I'm expecting him to pull one of the units in the south because he's got 3 units down there that are really only holding on to 1 center. That all being said, if he was to pull something from the north, that would say, this is, I'm much more mad at Maaike than I am about, trying to consolidate any relative position I have left in this game. So that's going to be really telling to me.
And Brandan Austin disbands North Sea. Maaike Blom builds in Vienna. This game is over.
Wow.
At the start of this broadcast, we asked whether there was rust or would we see dominance from Nicolas Taillet, and he just answered it. He entered this game with a higher percentage of board tops than any other player, and he just won the biggest game in his already storied career. Nicolas Taillet just won the Calumet Cup and is the 2026 DBN Diplomat of the Year. Congratulations, Nicolas. Dan Lester, help us make sense. How did Nicolas Taillet pull this one off?
I'll tell you exactly how. I'll tell you exactly how this happened.
Tell us, Dan. Tell us, Dan.
Conceivable explanation. AI's integrity in terms of their sense of their ability to win this game, each as an individual, relied on them extinguishing the hopes of France and then Russia. And then once they were the only 2 viable powers remaining, probably by about 1914 or 1915, then they would throw it down and see who would win. That's how they've been playing the game since 1907. We talked about it. right? And then the fact that they went at each other, the fact that they did, that means that this whole Trieste Constantinople chip thing was real, and the trust was broken. Secondly, Brandan Austin, right, made his choice right then in winter 1910. He said, enough. I've been dotted enough by Maaike. My chance to win this game is gone. I have no interest in continuing it. My goal is to survive on the highest number of centers, which is probably now. I am currently peaking. So his ability to rebuild is zero. You just have to see. Because if he loses that pocket in the south, the units go off, but they never come back on again. So his viability is shot. So he disbands in the north, which means that France's 5 fleets, which he's had all this time, are enough to sweep the north in the next 6 years. What else is he going to lose, France? Without a Russian opposition, what else is he going to lose? Nothing. Not one thing. He's not going to lose Mid-Atlantic. He's not going to lose Portugal. He's lost everything he's going to lose. And that means what fleets does he need to hold? He needs English Channel, Mid-Atlantic, Portugal, which means that just North Atlantic and Holland on their own is enough over the next 6 years to take the north and win this game. Well done, Nicolas. That thing I said, get Brandan to believe that he feels okay about you winning the game if he's not going to win the game. Is the key, and it didn't look like he stood it. I thought he'd fluffed it, but he did it, which means that Nicolas has played in a sensational tactical game, and he has added to that a sensational diplomatic game.
I will only dissent a little bit here. I agree that Nicolas played a really good game. I believe that Nicolas won because of strategic mistakes made by his opponents. I will go to my DBN grave thinking that this was a mistake for Italy and Russia to leave Austria viable. It was a mistake because it led to instability in the East between the three of them, and was almost inevitably going to lead to Nicolas winning, because that instability meant they couldn't keep up a line against a position that was otherwise they really needed everybody on site, except for Austria, whom they didn't need. They needed Italy and Russia to stop France, not Austria. And leaving her alive is what caused this to happen. That's one thing I would argue. And the second thing I would argue, and again, not taking anything away from Nicolas, because it doesn't happen if he doesn't give himself this opportunity, which he did by playing great. So I'm not taking anything away. The other thing, and we all talked about it at the time, was that move against Russia too early in a 1916 game. I would argue that this result right here was almost inevitable, almost, when that happened. And the only reason that I didn't forcefully argue it at the time is that it looked like that Brandan was not going to throw to Russia. You know, it looked like he was going to keep fighting and let Maaike take him over. We all thought so, because that's kind of what it looked like. But all of this was created, all the risk of all of this for the East was created by leaving Maaike alive, or at least viable in the middle, letting her build without consequence. All of that was a mistake. And this is the result. Good job, Nicolas Taillet. Good job, Maaike, because this was the best shot she had. This was the only shot she had, was to get viable, and make the move. I just wonder if maybe the move might have been a little too early.
Wow, I have so little to add to what was just said by Dan and David. I think you really both have summed this up perfectly. I do want to highlight one other point, which was Nicolas' ability to get off to a fast start and a large, rapid start in this game. And I think that there's often a tendency in these top board winner-take-all types of games for players to be cautious and afraid to do that. And I want to just point out and commend Nicolas' fearlessness in coming off to that really good start and not being afraid to take the dots he was going to need to win this game, and then defend himself when he needed to when the board formed a coalition against him, and keep working diplomatically and brilliantly to make sure that the momentum was not turned against him.
I think momentum sums up this event for Nicolas Taillet, coming in with momentum to qualify, coming in with momentum to make it through the gauntlet that is the DBNI semifinals, and then peaking at exactly the right moment to win this game. Super, super impressive performance by Nicolas. That was another classic. DBNI 6, fantastic game. Can't wait to watch this one again and see all the things that I missed. I learned from all of these, and what an amazing opportunity for all of us to be able to watch this kind of showcase from this caliber of player. We've got a world champion. We've got a defending DBNI champion. We've got a rookie of the year. We've got our #1 seed with a historic performance. We've got the we saw the Munich Miracle from West Ketchum, survivability, little engine that could, and we've got Brandan Austin, winner of the Broadcaster Brawl, topping 2 world champions, 3 world champions on one board to make it into this game. This DBNI has just been incredible, and what an honor and what a time to be a fan of Diplomacy right now. With that, I'm going to bring my co-founder and partner on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network back into the studio. Brandan, that was one for the ages. What was your thought? You're coming in on mute, keeping it tradition going.
DBN, the mute capital of the internet.
DBN.
There we go. It was an interesting game. I don't know if I'd call it a classic. I think the players could have taken this a bit longer. I think the result was probably clear as soon as AI stabbed a little too early. I'm going to agree with David on that one. But they were all close in center count. They could have kept it going until like the writing wasn't just on the wall, but was actually the full paragraph was spelled out. I think that I'm with you, David, as well, that there were some strategic errors in the East. And I think that one of the thoughts that occurred to me watching this was that the AIR as an automatic reaction to a breakout alliance in the West is potentially flawed. And Russia and Italy might have chosen Turkey. Turkey might be more easily contained as a way to get a triple going in the East as a response to the West. So that was just a thought I had, and be interesting to see, if somebody wants to try that in the future. But Nicolas, bold statement, made a bold move, and dared the rest of the board to stop him, and they couldn't in the end.
One other thing I'd like to add. This does show that there is not just one way to play a top board. You don't just have to be transactional and slow and cagey and one center here, one center there. You can actually do a strong alliance move, smash your opponent, then smash your alliance partner, and win the game in a top board setting. Obviously, it can happen. So I always preach flexibility. Even if you think you're a strong alliance player, try to play the other way. Even if you think you're just a balanced power player, try occasionally being a strong alliance. That's the sort of thing that lets you be a true master of diplomacy, like Nicolas Taillet now clearly is.
Well, folks, we have 2 interviews coming up. The first is with our winner. After that, we're going to hear from the 3 survivors on this board. And then we're going to close out the show with some announcements. So we hope you stick around. We think these will be really good. I haven't seen them yet, so I'm excited to hear from the players myself. Before I do that, though, just for those of you that are interested in perhaps being part of the DBN Invitational in the future, some ways that you can get involved. First, you can visit our website at diplobn.com/schedule, and you can see a list of upcoming events. So we've got lots and lots and lots of ways to play diplomacy. It's an embarrassment of riches right now with some of the highest quality players that this game has to offer. But in many different formats. Some of them competitive like this, some of them just more relaxed and casual. Lots of ways to enjoy this game. No wrong way to enjoy this game. That's one of the beautiful things about it. Creates human connection. That's my favorite thing about this game. Is it is an experiment in trust in an environment where trust is not demanded, and I think humans can learn a lot about each other. So if you're interested, definitely recommend you check that out. We've got a few of the links in the show description if you'd like to check that out as well. A couple of events I want to highlight. We've got the World DipCon Championship coming in Athens, Greece in May. So for those of you who have the means to travel there, highly recommend that you sign up for that. It's not too late. We also have, if you saw the graphics and the cartoon characters art that we did, that was done by an artist, Lady Razor, who does a lot within the community, and those are part of the DBN trading cards. So there are trading cards like baseball cards that you can collect, and there is a link to a forum. If you played in a DBNI game and you're interested in getting a card with your stats, you can fill out that form, and you too could have your likeness with the drawing and stats and be part of a trading card pack, and those will be released in at WDC 2026. And then finally, I will also say that Brandan and I will be hosting, along with the rest of the Windy City Weasels, World DipCon in 2027 in Chicago. So circle that on your calendars and look forward to seeing you there. So with that, let's hear from Nicolas Taillet, hear the story of how DBNI 6 was won.
So we're here with the sideline report for 1911 with a guest star, Nicolas Taillet, because they had a draw vote when we were doing the sideline for 1910, and it passed in record format. Nicolas is the winner, but we don't know what happened. Tell us, other than the fact that you had the most dots, how did this happen?
I had the most dots, and that's the rule for a win, so I took the win. So, no, but just kidding aside, that was Maaike and Mikalis seeing no way as a king-making way, and they were not mad at me, basically, to throw the game against me. So they didn't see a pass where either one of them had to throw to the other, and so they decided not to throw.
The hilarious thing there, Nicolas, is for the last hour, either you've been acting or you have been pretty disappointed and frustrated with Brandan, and you said, my chances are over. You said that at the beginning of 1910. You said that in the room.
Yeah.
Like just now, like just after this, you said, like after Brandan moved to Kiel, you're like, ugh. And you win a turn later. So,
yeah, I had no clue what happened here. Like, I really thought I was having AI anyways against me, and Brandan, like, I could make sure maybe I wouldn't take his dots, but that he would not attack me anyways. And then I understand that he has been coordinating with Mikalis basically about that. And so I was kind of, even him is against me. So like here, that's really over. Because I was quite positive. I've been defending for the past, 6 years, something like that. I've been on the defense, trying to save dot after dot, trying to basically fill every trenches I could, trying to make sure when I went back that it was at a cost for every people. And so, yeah, I lost a bit of hope, I must admit, on this last one.
Okay. Let's just quickly go over the game aligned with Max, and you went from the get-go. What drew you to Max? What drew that alliance together?
Well, actually, I thought at first I would go with Noam, to be completely frank. I had better conversation in 01, and then at the end of 01, actually, he really was not wanting to commit. He said he wanted to commit, but the moves didn't commit, whereas Max was very committing with his moves. So I felt more comfortable committing to Max, basically. And And it was great, we were very honest with each other, how we would divide England, how it would work, that I would have the 3 fleet, that he would be very happy with that I would even build a 4th fleet, which, it's a bit risky as friends. And I still did that to appease him after England was dead. And so, yeah, I think that's what drew us to each other, is that we were ready to commit, and we were ready to follow through with our commitment.
Distrust starts here in the conversations because Mid-Atlantic is going to Irish and to Max, and then, of course, in 1905, we have the move on Max. You said in the room you felt like you were going to get stabbed, and then you did this. Tell us what brought about this set of moves.
So basically, at this stage, I knew it was either I go after Mikalis or I go after Max. And at first I was thinking going after Mikalis. And Max was very friendly, but was also laughing, and he was saying, "Oh, I hope this goes well this turn. Oh, I hope this goes well this turn." And I was like, okay, what am I missing here that he's doing that I don't get? And so I thought I was going to be stabbed. And in order to prevent that, I tried to come up with a deal where it was, okay, you're going to get 2 here for sure with Russia. So can I get at least a dot, the certainty that I get Belgium? And he said, well, maybe next year, and making the calculation, it was 9 Germany, 7 France, and nobody in Russia to contest Germany. And that was not acceptable. So I went for it. I thought, well, maybe I get stabbed, but at least I'll put on a fight. And, Ed, in my interview at first, I said I wanted to be more bold sometimes. And I tried to be here, to just tell myself, okay, I'm going to make a lot of people worried. But if I get a good lead, then they have to catch me up, and they're going to have to catch 3 dots every time. Basically, 3 against me, they're going to have to catch 3 dots to me. So I thought that's how I'm going to hold, and that held in the end.
Matt put defense trying to pick up with Brandan, and it almost became, well, almost the rest of the game, a trap of the common situation where the more that they do something against you, they were all worried about themselves more than they were on any, except for Mikalis, who commits well and puts you, kind of locks you in a little bit, and you had to earn it. I mean, the rest of the game, and then Brandan, working with Brandan was challenging for you. I think that you both have different sides of it, but I feel like objectively he lied to you more than whatever you told him that he said were lies.
Yeah, and just one turn here, that's the turn I think that made the game for Max, because here at this stage, I was going to put Max back in the game, and he retreated to Burgundy, and he told me it was a misunderstanding from him. He wanted to retreat to Berlin, and I was ready to put him back into the game in Munich, and in the end, not having this unit made that his position completely impossible to hold, basically.
And you have this withering attack from Mikalis. You're talking to him every year. You lose Marseille, you lose Spain, but eventually, when Maaike makes her move on Brandan, I think this helped you a bit.
Yeah, definitely. It helped. Like, Maaike had to move against somebody. It couldn't be through me. That was the only thing sure. And the issue is that she was getting out of dots to take in their back. Because at some point it's fine to give Romania. I don't think it's fine to get Sev, right? And at this point, I was actually positive the year before Brandan stabbed me. You mentioned that at first, so in 1909, I was actually quite positive. I was fighting for every dot again. Yeah, I did what I could. But because I was counting the dots that she was being able to take, basically. That was my thing. All the game, I was like, she needs X dots, she needs Y dots. And yeah, I'm happy she didn't get them in the end.
What is the lesson from this game? Like, what tell us how you, how you think you won.
There is not one way to win. I think this game is, if you look at this game and you look at the game I typically play, it's very far away, I'd say, in the scenario that happened. But so you can win in every way. But on the other hand, you have to stick with your principles. And I think, except to Max, when I attacked him, I didn't lie. So I don't think to Brandan, like maybe that was a misunderstanding, but I don't think I lied to him either. I don't think I lied to anybody. Like maybe you were in the sidelines, so you can confirm. But
I thought it was impressive how you avoided lying, even with Noam at the beginning. There was a time when you could have taken Liverpool if you'd only have told him that you would support him into North Sea. And he was going to give it to you, and you weren't going to go support him in the North Sea. So you told him that, and then Liverpool was blocked by I think it was a convoy. But the only time I think you lied, and you might not have remembered what you said, is you did tell Brandan to go St. Petersburg support Skagerrak to Norway, and that you'd put 2 on it, and that would stop him and leave him in position to take Denmark.
Yeah.
Were you trying
Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
I was just asking because that was the only time, and I wasn't sure if you were trying to take him away from Denmark or if you'd actually forgotten the conversation that you had.
No, I completely forgot the conversation. I actually really thought it was Skag, which was supposed to support St. Pete, so that would have worked. And between Skag and St. Pete, I made a mix-up, so that was a mistake on my part.
But even here, Brandan was kind of accusing you of lying. I put it in the sideline. You told him you were taking Norwegian from Edinburgh. You told him this. I was actually stunned. I'd be like, "What are you doing? You're not going to Norway." Like, he didn't say that. He's like, "Yeah, all right." That's how he responded. And then when he goes, he didn't cut keel. He was supposed to take Denmark here, and with the army, like that's what he agreed with you, that he would take the army. He was trying to take with a fleet. He didn't do it. And then he came in and he's like accusing you of lying. I'm like, hold on. Nicolas said exactly what he was going to do, and you didn't do anything of what you said you were going to do. But all right, look, Nicolas, I know it's late in France, but you're a worthy winner. You're a DBNI champion.
Absolutely. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
I don't know. Maybe it's between you and Peter for best player not to win WDC now. Sorry.
Yeah, like I think I have a bit of time before I am as good as Peter, but it's you can only hope.
Peter, do you have any questions? Do you have anything for Nicolas, or is it just the computer's computing? Like what did Nicolas do wrong that I can take advantage?
The computer's computing, and Nicolas didn't do anything wrong, it seems. I think I just want to say congratulations, Nicolas. It was a very lovely played game, a well-deserved title. Welcome to join the club of the DBNI champions.
Ouch.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
I'm really super happy. And I just want to thank you all for all you do for diplomacy, because I think that's the moment to do it. It's very lovely. And I think it's great for the community. So thanks a lot to all of you at the broadcast and you three, especially with the sideline.
Just remember, if I hadn't stabbed Patrick, he wouldn't have thrown to you, and you would not be the winner. So ultimately, I'm the winner.
That's what I was going to say. So by transition, exactly, you are the winner, Ed.
Good night. Thanks. Congratulations.
Thanks
Ed Sullivan making it about himself. That's never happened before.
Shocking.
What a worthy winner. In his final interview, you can just see how well, not just that he played the game, how well he sees the game, how accurately he sees what's going on. Just as somebody said, a worthy addition to the list of DBNI champions.
Yeah, the propaganda stuff about the morality of or the ethics of negotiation. You put that aside. That's I think everyone who wins a big championship wants people to think of them as a reliable player. Nicolas is as cutthroat as any top player, and he showed it here, to be honest. And he's extremely adept, I think, at seeing the board and taking a calculated risk. And yeah, he is a fantastic player. He's demonstrated the quality of his play time and time again, and now he's done it on the biggest stage. So welcome to the club, Nicolas Taillet.
Congratulations, Nicolas. If you enjoyed that interview, we just posted the interview with the final 3 survivors of the Super 7, just titled that the Super 7 survivors. Once you're done with this broadcast, if you still haven't had your fill after 4.5 hours of high quality DBN broadcast network coverage, then you can check that video out. For the rest of us, we'll probably check that out tomorrow. But I want to pause right now and just say thank you. I want to say thank you, first of all, to all of you watching. It really means a lot to me to grow this hobby. That is one of the #1 goals of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, but also to see players growing. Growth is something that's very important to me as a human being, seeing other people learn about themselves, and I get the opportunity to learn about myself through this game, through the friendships that I make, through the struggles that we share together. It's a unique game and a unique hobby in that sort of dynamic, and that's what draws me to this game so much personally. So thank you for being part of this, and thank you for sharing. And like, we've seen this hobby grow over time through that engagement. So I appreciate that. I want to thank each of you on this screen right now for joining me on this broadcast. Dan Lester, you were, I think it's 5 a.m. where you are. You stayed up overnight to be able to comment on this game and gave us fantastic, high quality, entertaining and educational content. So thank you. Adam Silverman, David Hood, we've been doing this together for 6 years now. Y'all are tenured pros, and man, this was the easiest, smoothest broadcast that we've done to date. It gets better every year, and I love doing it. So thank you for doing that with me. Brandon, I'll come to you next, but before I do that, Ed Sullivan, Peter McNamara, Ben Kelman on the sideline, so much hard work on those sidelines, and I'm so extremely grateful we get that. That is truly the best part of these broadcasts, and to give a high quality, condensed, easy to understand product that is entertaining for all of us is not easy and should be acknowledged. Thanks to Sabia Huja for being GM on this game. Thank you to all of our players for participating, all 551 players who played in a participating event, to the 31 hosts of events. I know personally how hard and tiring that can be. So thank you to all of our organizers for that, to our top 28 for choosing to spend 1 to 2 weekends playing a game, sitting in front of their computer, negotiating over electronic dots over a fake board, is just a testament to the community and the passion that we have for this game. To our Super 7 for sticking with it, for putting on one hell of a showcase, for being everything that I hoped this would be whenever Brandon, you and I said, hey, let's build this thing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And last of all, thank you to the entire DBN team. I know that we are in the ballpark of nearly 40 people that come together to keep this thing running. Diplomacy is a game that takes a lot of time. Diplomacy coverage takes a lot of time, and we've got a fantastic and talented crew that put in hours and hours showing their love and dedication for the game and the community. So thank you.
And Brian,
Brandon,
we cannot let this broadcast go without giving you a hearty thank you for everything you've done for DBN, but particularly tonight for hosting a very smooth and very entertaining coverage. You are as much a part of DBN as anyone else, and as responsible for its success as anybody else. So I thank you. We all thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I am honored to be part of this community. When I started this concept of the DBN Invitational, Brandon, when you came to me, you're like, hey, let's do this. I wanted it to be a showcase. I wanted it to be something that would inspire people the same way that the showcase games that have been a long part of our hobby history that we are building on top of long before us. And I hoped that we could build something that could do the same for this generation that the previous generation did for me. And tonight, that's exactly what we saw. So thank you all for being part of that. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for those of you that were in Dipcast. Chat was awesome as always. And I really look forward to seeing each of you on a game board soon, whether that be in person, whether that be over post or extended deadline, or whether that be virtual. It means a lot to make those connections, and I will encourage everyone to stay safe and stab well. Have a great night, everybody.